Playa, mujeres fumando. Mira, tírame blani, son nalgas de mentira. Tan brinda, que chimba, colombiana linda. Siempre con los ojos rojos de Cali, con mi amiguita Mari.
My head's in the clouds, can you bring me back down, boy? I need it. My head's in the clouds, can you bring me back down, boy? I need it. Need it. Need it. Need it. Need
Shout out to all you gentlemen that are here with us tonight. And like I often say, to all the ladies that dare to tread this channel, we got a great fun episode here tonight on Friday night, Drink in Hand, for Love Crossing Borders. Even change that music up, make the music even better. There we go. Make it a lot smoother. We got an interview tonight with a couple of guys that's going to be here in a few moments in regards to the city that very few people talk about here in Colombia. And it is the fourth largest major city here in the country. Of course, we know about Barranquilla. It's almost 13 million people. We often talk about Medellin, which is having up to almost 4 million people, in Cali here with almost 3 million people. We often talk about Cartagena with its 2 million, but very few people take the time out to discuss, or there's not enough content out there on the city that's known as Barranquilla Colombia. It is only a 2-hour bus ride or taxi ride right outside of Cartagena. It's right there. You can live the beach life that you've been dreaming about without having to deal with all the tourists and all the hagglers and the hustlers that you deal with while you are in Cartagena. We're going to hear from guys that have been living there for quite a while, about 6 years for one of our brothers, 6 years plus. He's going to share with us, and we're going to talk about everything from cost of living. We're going to talk about the nightlife. We're going to talk about the Barranquilla Festival, which is the largest Latin-speaking festival in the world. Remember, the one in Brazil is Portuguese-speaking. And we're going to talk about the lovely ladies. So if you got any questions, make sure you bring them up, because if you're interested in Barranquilla, Colombia, well, this is the episode for you. But before we get started with that, let's get ready with some shout outs. We got some smooth music. I'm not even going to change it. Let's do the shout outs with the smooth music. Give you guys some time to get here. Shout out to our brother Will, who's always supporting the channel. Appreciate you, Will. Will says, salute. Andrea in the chat, salute to you, brother. He said, pimp slap the back of your hand, that like button, and support LCB, Love Crossing Borders, by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. Thank you guys for supporting by way of these 3 avenues or opportunities. You had me all excited for the Cologne part 2. Yeah, we decided to move it because I forgotten I had this particular interview already scheduled. And so we talked about it yesterday. You weren't here, but we talked about it on the channel yesterday, or actually Wednesday. And we decided to move it to Sunday. So Sunday night. So I'm glad that you're not missing it at all, Will. He said, almost moved there. And my reason for not to. Okay, we're going to see what your reasoning is in regards to why you didn't or could have moved to Barranquilla, Colombia. We're going to check that out, where your reasoning is. Let me scroll back to the top because we got my brother David Dice of the Dice family. Numero uno. Glad to see that you're here. Another great stream on the way. You know I'm taking notes. Yes, this is a very good episode. If you are a person that's like, Cartagena might be getting a little expensive, but I still want to enjoy living that beach life. Santa Marta might be a little too hot. Barranquilla, and I'm talking about, they got some gorgeous women, bruh, and they are down to earth. Barranquilla doesn't have a clock tower that you got to worry about. That's another reason why Barranquilla doesn't get the promotion that it, or the traction that it should, because just like Cali, it really doesn't have a red light district that's on the streets in public. But you can still enjoy yourself in Barranquilla as well. Yes, sir. He said, salute to the Spencers. Andre, salute to you as well, brother. And salute to the chat brothers. Here, Ishmael says this. He say, first, this song, fist bump this song. Shout out to you, brother. Glad you appreciate it. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. Ultimate fist bump. I'll take that. Shout out to Ross Worrell being in the building. Glad to see that you're here. Hola to everyone here. And shout out once again to our brother Will and all you guys that support the channel. We appreciate that. And we also got our brother Jay Anderson, the great that is. Salute to you as well on this wonderful, wonderful Friday evening. Hope you guys are doing well. We didn't have an earthquake here today in Cali, so that's good. Yesterday was enough. Enough. Like I said, since I've been here, I've been in four earthquakes here in Cali, and they usually last for about, I say 5 seconds. They feel like 5 minutes, but it's only 5 seconds. But that 5 seconds is everything is moving. I'll say 10 seconds at the most, and everything is moving. I mean, everything is moving. So yeah, whatever you thought about earthquakes, yeah. Jay Anderson also says salute Andre. Also says Andre and Andre love crossing borders. He said, and grown man chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to D Kirk in the building. Representing. Glad you're doing here. What up, though, brother? Hope everything is going great with you. And Jermon says this. He said, what up, big bro? He said, and chat fam. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Let me scroll back up, show some love to David Dice, because Dave says this. He said, Dre, looks like you. He said, I look to you as an example of brothers with standards. I appreciate that, man. I really do. And I don't take that for granted. If you guys ever think that some of the things I say on camera, that I don't try to live that out in real life, I really do, man. I kid you not. So quick question. What made you choose Cali over other parts of Colombia? Good question. That's a good question. Let's go there. The reason why I chose Cali, the weather was parallel to where I was coming from, Tampa. Cartagena's weather is somewhat like Miami, hotter and humid. Both of them are close to the equator. So I like Miami, like I like visiting Cartagena, visiting both. But the area of Florida that was just right for me, that Goldilocks area, was I-4. I-4, you have, like if you go I-10 all the way to the top, or no, I-10 is where Tallahassee and Jackson State and all the college, it's the college area up there. I-10 that goes all the way to Texas, right? But to get to I-10, you got to drive I-75, the same I-75 that's all the way up in Detroit. It comes all the way down to Florida. And so the Goldilocks area for me was right in the middle of the state, I-4. I-4 you have on this end, Clearwater, Tampa, St. Pete, the beaches, wonderful life. Hour and a half later, not even an hour and a half, an hour later, you got Orlando on the same freeway. Hour and a half later from there, you got Daytona Beach. So I-4 has 3 major cities to enjoy. But what really brought my attention to Cali was the weather was parallel to Tampa. I mean, literally, if it's 83 degrees in Tampa, it will be 83 degrees in Cali. If it was 79 degrees in Tampa, literally on that same day, it will be 77. So I didn't miss anything as far as the weather. Tampa is in the south. Well, Florida in general is in the south. Cali is more of the southwest region of Colombia. So we're kind of like not, all the others are clustered. Bogota, Medellin, and all the other ones are kind of clustered together. And then the other cluster in the Atlantic coast, you have Cartagena, Barranquilla, Santa Marta. So they're kind of like an hour and a half to 2 hours away from each other. So they're close, clustered together. But Cali is kind of like it's in its own zone. It's in its own area. It's over here with Benaventura off the coast of the Pacific Ocean, while the other ones are off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. So it reminded me, and Tampa, even though it's a well-known city, it gives off a large town effect, a town feeling. You'd have to feel like you felt when you were in Miami. Everything is hustle bustle, everybody's scamming each other. Tampa is outside Detroit, Tampa is my favorite town in the United States, but Tampa's favorite city, because it's a huge city, but it gives off a town type of feel. That's another reason why I like Tampa. And then that's another reason that drew me to Cali. Cali is the third largest city, but everybody's down to earth compared to what you guys go through in Medellin with all the tourists, or Bogota, or Cartagena. Cali is more laid back in the sense of like it's still organic Colombia. I consider it the last true organic large Colombian city. That's what I consider Cali. We don't get over tourists. So tourists come, but tourists leave. The people that do stay are people that want to live here and enjoy the lifestyle here. So a lot of times when people come to Cali, they come here on purpose with a purpose. Compared to Cartagena or Bogota or Medellin, you could go there and just be on vacation mode and not take it serious as you could. But people don't come all the way down to southern Colombia and just take it for granted. If they come down here, they come down here for a reason. And so that's the reason why I chose Cali. Next reason, the Cali curves. I chose Cali, Colombia because these ladies got the thighs and the legs and the butt for you. Pretty faces. Like I'll give the prettiest faces in Colombia, I would easily say are Medellin, just beautiful faces. And I would personally say, this is just me, I would say it's a toss-up between Barranquilla and Cali. But I would easily give I would slide Barranquilla in there second because they got some really beautiful women in Barranquilla. So I would give them number 2. The city I not hating. The city that I would say I would not move to for the ladies even though they're very educated, they got their own money, they're into politics, they're into, they're doing big things, they're heavy into business. The women in Bogota, they are not known for their beauty. That's one. You would think the largest city in the country will have the most attractive women. On the contrary, Bogota does not have, it is not known for having gorgeous women. Not anywhere near. Anywhere near. Do they have gorgeous women there? You gotta hunt. I won't even lie to you, man. You gotta hunt in Bogota, bro. You gotta hunt. You want some beauty in Bogota? Yeah, you gonna have to look for that, bro. It ain't gonna just be in your face in Bogota. It don't work like that in Bogota. Bogota, like I said, Bogota is the only city that I made footage and I was trying to showcase the ladies for guys. I deleted it all. I deleted hours of footage in Bogota. Bogota is not known for its women. I hate to say that, Bogota, but as far as women being smart and educated, I could easily say Bogota is very, very, has a lot of very smart and business-minded women that are about their business there in Bogota. That I can say. That I really can say. But Cali, it just blends. It's like it was like if I could take Tampa and bring it with the palm trees everywhere. If I could bring Tampa to Colombia with me, that's Cali. The foods, the diversity. We've got more diversity. You would think that Medellin would have more diversity of blacks and others, but no, it's Cali. And so I enjoy that diverseness. And plus it's the sports capital of Colombia, Cali, not Medellin. Cali is the sports capital, the salsa capital of the world. So nobody complains about Cali food. When we hear people complain about Colombian food, Medellin, we all know who they're talking about, don't we? When they say food is bland, they're not talking about Cali, are they, Medellin? When they come to Cali, they're like, oh my God, this is what real food tastes like. So these are the reasons why I chose Cali over it. Like I said, it's not as many tourists that come here. The other reason is because Barranquilla and Cali, they don't have a red light district. So we'll get a guy that gets drugged here or drugged there or scammed here. It's like periodically, every blue moon, something like that happens. But it's nothing like Medellin. It's nothing like Bogota. It's not even like Cartagena. They just last week, we're doing a video on that one. Last week in Cartagena, I think it was 6 women. Yeah, 6 women robbed 5 dudes. They drugged all 5 of them fools got drugged. I'm gonna say this again. Just last week in Cartagena, 5 dudes got drugged. Bruh. So couldn't one of y'all stay awake? All you motherfuckers passed out? I guess all y'all was, we're in Cartagena, nigga. We're in Cartagena. And y'all took a shot at the same time. And I guess that shot, all y'all had drug shots. All y'all, here's the Cartagena, man. We did it, baby. Hey, we did it. We back in Cartagena, baby. Salute, Nick, salute. And they took them shots. And all 5 of them mothers woke up 2 days later. They got drugged on a Tuesday, ain't wake up till Thursday. I'm gonna say that one again. Them dudes got drugged on a Tuesday. They got drugged on a Tuesday. Remember that song? Didn't wake up until Thursday. Wednesday ain't even happened. And them kids and them chicks cleaned them dudes out, man. And fortunately, they left it with their passports. And we got the breakdown. One of the guys is going to be telling the story. But oh my God, man, 5 dudes drugged at the same time. Y'all you do some suckers. 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 Sucker MC. 2 years ago, a friend of mine. Y'all some suckers, man. Okay, let's scroll back up. Because we got my man Jerron in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Once again, shout out to D. Kirk being in the building and Mr. Milner representing Mr. Milner. Glad to see that you're here, sir. He says we don't need Silk Ninjas, douchebag content creators monkeying up Barranquilla. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I agree with that 100% because you know how I feel about Cali. Shout out to my brother. Salute to Ronan Travel. Ronan, I want to get with you next week. I'm going to be reaching out to you this weekend, if you don't mind, to schedule a day next week so you can do that update video on our channel, the update that you did on your channel, which was excellent. I would love for you to be able to do that on our channel in regards to your first year living in the Philippines. And like I said, the information that you shared was amazing, man. I kid you not, really good, really good. Good morning from the Philippines. Shout out to all you guys that are out there in Southeast Asia. Appreciate you, gentlemen. You guys are watching us in the morning, so we really appreciate that. Mr. 007 himself is here. What up, Doe chat? What up, Doe family? Hope everything's going great with you. Hope my Pistons win. They've been between the referees and the bad plays of the Pistons. Pistons played a horrible game 5. Horrible. Third quarter, 20 points to 0. Oh, yeah, y'all trying to lose, man. Y'all trying to lose. I can't blame that on the Cavs. 20 points to 0 in 1 quarter. Oh, yeah. Shout out to LJV, Southern Vegan. Salute to you, the Southern Vegan LJ. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here. And let me scroll down just a little bit further. Make sure I got everybody because I got my favorite YouTube name, The African Wolf, in the building. Shout out to you, brother. You say chat room dogs. What's good? This Friday is a good Friday. Great day. Great day. Let me scroll down a little further. And we got our brother Andrew Craig Jr., the man, the myth, the legend. He says, we'll be in and out of this live stream. Just saw the new Obi-Land show. Yeah, we're going to be showcasing that one probably Monday. The latest one that he put out. We're going to be showcasing that one Monday. It's a good one. Okay, cool. He said, I saw the red flags early before he got drugged. Wow. Oh, he saw the red flags early. Man, goodness gracious. Dudes be saying, and I saw the red flags. Another dude got drugged. I think it was in Medellin. And this dude got drugged. What do I always mention? Guys usually get drugged within the first 3 days of coming to Colombia or the last 3 days of being here in Colombia. I don't care if you're only here for 5 days. The reason why is guys are so excited the first 3 days and they let their guards down. Then the last 3 days, they get bored and they're trying to get that last one in. Let me go ahead and smash, these last 2 chicks before I go back to the States, back to the big girls. And I can understand that. But they let their guards down. And most dudes get drugged in those last 3 days. The guy that I'm mentioning, that we're going to be looking at next week, this guy got drugged, like many guys, on his last day in Colombia. And come to think of it, the 5 guys that got drugged, them dudes was on their last day. Here's what I mean. They didn't even get a chance to really go into the hospital to get checked out. Because scopolamine has after effects. These dudes barely had a chance to go into the hospital, get a thorough checkup to make sure they were all right before leaving Colombia. And it just hit me how many guys have probably gotten drugged and had to immediately get on an airplane flight. Had to meet y'all, yeah, boy, yeah, boy. There's a village missing its idiots. I know that much. There is a village missing its idiots. Let me scroll down a little further. Is to explain why Cali is over Medellin as far as weather. You know what? Personally, I can say I like Medellin's weather better. I can easily say that. I'm used to Cali's weather. Remember, I was in Tampa for 14 years, so I'm used to Cali's weather, and it's parallel to Tampa's weather. So I'm at home in Cali. But if I had a choice between the two as far as weather, oh, it's Medellin all day long. It's Medellin all day long. I like Medellin, the city. I love the infrastructure. Man, I'm still a avid fan of the city of Medellin. I am so proud of what they're doing there. You know what it was? For me, with Medellin, I kid you not, and I mean this, it wasn't even the druggings. Remember, I was there before all the major druggings were taking place. Whenever they were drugging, it was just mainly locals that they were drugging if they were doing that. I just couldn't do the tourists. If it wasn't as many people, foreigners, going to Medellin, I would have easily stayed in Medellin. I love the city of Medellin. I love the fact that it's like Paola said the other day, it's like they literally took the jungle and built a city inside of the jungle. They didn't do like Americans do, just cut down all the trees and that's it. Ain't no trees. They literally made sure that they built that city around the greenery, the foliage, right? I love that. It's beautiful, man. You could go into a mall in Medellin, just look out the window and just see how beautiful the city is on a regular basis, day and night. It's beautiful. But what just blew it for me, some of you guys go to Cartagena and you don't like the hustlers, you know, the guys that be rapping in your ear, or somebody always trying to sell you something. You can't go to the beach because somebody's always trying to massage your feet. Somebody's always trying to sell you something at the beach, and you're like, man, listen, I don't want anything. As soon as you say I don't want anything for one person, two other people are coming to bother you at the beach in Medellin. I mean in Cartagena. So you guys understand what I mean about Cartagena is just too much hustle. Too many hustlers, right? That's how I feel about Medellin when it comes to tourists. I ain't trying to see y'all. I'm gonna say that again. I just left Tampa, a tourist city, Clearwater Beach, a tourist city, in St. Pete, all of them are together, St. Petersburg, a tourist beach. I am not trying to come to another country and be around and then when I was living in Orlando, so I had to deal with 22 million people coming to see Mickey Mouse every year. I am not trying to be around a bunch of y'all for the rest of my life. I am. And I'm not about to apologize for that one. That's what turned me off of Medellin. Nothing else. Nothing else. I got so tired of seeing y'all tourists, man, in Florida. When I came to Colombia, I was like, and I discovered that all these people coming to Medellin, I was like, I'm out. Deuces. I like Colombia. Let me go find another city. I was like, no. He said, yo, you the average black woman in Colombia. Consider you a part of some foreign black American diaspora? That's a good question. The average black woman keeps meditating or mentioning that we're not greeted by black men overseas. Well, I can understand that, and I agree with that 1%. Black women from the United States that are coming to foreign countries, they don't never want to tell the whole story. A lot of us brothers came with the open hand of friendship and came with the support of just looking at my, with the support of, hey sister, if you need anything, I got your back. You know what the sisters aren't telling you in other countries? The sisters, they turn their nose up to a lot of brothers. They act like they was better than, I don't need, thank you, but no thank you. Oh, okay, sisters. Oh, it's cool. So you go on, you meet the next sister getting off the plane, right? Hey, sister, where you going to? I'm going to Cartagena. Okay, cool. Well, if you need anything, I'm good. My girl's gonna meet me there. Oh, okay. And after brothers are from traveling around the world has dealt with that, you say that you don't need my help. So brothers have been like, okay, sister. So we're like this. We look straight forward. But now sisters are complaining because they see you in Thailand or in the Philippines living your best life, and you're not going after them. You're not even saying anything when you walk down the street and you see them. You keep looking forward. Why? Because a lot of us have already experienced that American black woman rudeness that they don't tell you about, that rudeness when they're in another country. So now brothers be like, I ain't gonna say nothing to her. She ain't got to say nothing to me. I didn't even come to this country to even see her. She ain't supposed to be here anyway. So just remember that, guys. When you see brothers that are saying, or sisters are complaining that brothers ain't approaching them in other countries, that's because we already did. That's because we wasn't trying to. And a lot of brothers like myself and others, we were approaching them out of, offering an olive branch. Hey, I'm in a foreign country, you in a foreign country. I'm a man, I'm gonna be all right. But if you need help, let the brothers know. Sisters, no matter, I have only met maybe 3 sisters out of all the sisters that I've met from the States. 3 that act like they had some sense when it came to brothers from the States. 3. In all these years I've been living in this country and traveling back and forth. So if you guys wonder if I'm hollering at sisters when I see them all the time in the malls. I see them because they come down here for their BBL surgery and their veneers, right? So they're always in Cali. Or they're coming down here and they're getting smashed by one of the Afro-Colombian brothers. So they're always down here. I don't say nothing to them. Nothing. Because they rude. They are rude, bruh. But they won't tell you that part. My brother says this. Mr. Showtime's in the building. Mr. Showtime says this. He says, what do you think about, and we got one of our special guests here right now in this few seconds. Gonna bring him up. He said, what do you think about the new ruling of the Supreme Court of Colombia just handed down? What ruling was that? Let me know what that ruling is so I can give you my synopsis in regards to that. Shout out to T-Mac being in the building, as well as my brother DJ representing. He said a lot of these dudes don't understand the liberty buddy rule. That's true. We had in the Navy, at least one dude has to be able to make sure everybody makes it back. I was thinking that too. If you got 5 dudes, at least one of y'all should not be drinking. I don't care, water, warm milk, coffee. Dude, you shouldn't be swallowing spit. You should be sitting up there with just a dry mouth. I'm parched. Let all your boys drink. But there is no way on earth 5 dudes are supposed to get drugged at the same time in the same Airbnb. And here's the crazy part. I could see if one woke up 4 hours later, or one woke up 9 hours later. All 5 of these idiots woke up 2 days later. Do you guys know one of the reasons why you notice I've never had an interview of well, I've done 2. But over I could say of the last 7 years of doing YouTube, 5 of those years, we don't interview people that get drugged. You ever notice that? You see me interview some of people from every walk of life. Have you ever noticed that I purposely, and Andrea purposely, don't interview people that get drugged? You know why? Been there, done that, and y'all ain't listening anyway. So I let all the new YouTubers and Instagrammers and content creators, I'll let them learn that lesson on their own. The only one that sat back and said, I can make money off of this, is DC born Rob. Rob is the one that could say, I'm helping people. They're going to keep getting drugged, whether I make this content or not. So I might as well make a channel that centers around them getting drugged, right? Razor Ray, he would interview the dudes, build his brand up. Love Crossing Borders, they do not want to be on this channel. They do not want me to interview them, because my interview will be centered around, what the hell was y'all thinking? Walk me through it. Riddle me that, Batman. Walk me through it. My interview will be straightforward. What the hell was y'all thinking? Now you can explain. That's what it would be. But that's enough of that, because we are going to be talking about Barranquilla Colombia. And we got our special guest here. Appreciate you, brothers. Our brother says this. He say pretty much, he's talking about the situation with the Supreme Court in Colombia, and maybe our special guests have heard about this too. Supreme Court came down with a ruling pretty much stating prostitution is exploitation, and buying exploitation and buying could be seen as trafficking. And the brigade is up to the is up for the perception, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if they I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all ready? When it comes to my guest and myself, I'm gonna tell y'all something. We don't live in the pay-for-play world long enough to know what's going on. There's a lot about Colombia I could tell y'all about, just like a lot about the United States I could tell y'all about. But there's a lot that I don't know on purpose. You introduce Andre to a crackhead, I dang near want to get his autograph and take a photo with him, because I ain't seen a crackhead in that long. Once I got out the game and did my 10 years in the feds, I can't tell you who on what type of drug. I don't know what drug is out there in them streets. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I don't even know if crack still exists. I gotta ask y'all, like, I'm serious, does crack still exist? I know weed does, but it's legalized in many states now. Or is it something that replaced crack as number one? Is heroin on top? Or is it the fentanyl the number one? Dude, when I got out the game, I got out the game. When it comes to pay for play, I can't tell y'all nothing, bro. If y'all ever wondered, let me ask, I can tell y'all what some brothels are. Yeah. I can give you the brothel information. Even some strip clubs. But like prices and all, I don't know nothing about all that stuff, bro. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. So when you said the Supreme Court, I don't. Shout out to, well, I thought you had classes tonight. That's why I didn't send you the link. I thought you had classes tonight. He said, when I go to Cali this summer. He said, I'm just going to the gym, which Andre usually does. He said, and taking walks in the park, which are everywhere. He said, no more, no one's gonna drug me. I'm too boring. So am I, Theo. So am I. Let me bring my guests up, man. Shout out to all you guys, man. We got a great brother. My brother Shep has been here, lived in Cali for a hot minute, but then he found his true city here in Colombia, which is Barranquilla, a wonderful, wonderful city. Barranquilla reminds me of Cali of the coast, if I could put it that way. Very town feel, but yet it's a major city as well. Let me bring my brother up.
Yo,
What's up, man?
what's good, brother?
Oh, man, it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you.
Good
It
to
really
see you
is.
always, man.
Man, it's been what, about a year? We saw each other last year before.
Yeah. Actually, that was last year when I came down.
Man, that time flies by, man.
Boy,
Flies by. What year is this for you now? Like 6.5, 7?
yep. I'm over 6 years now.
Woo. Man, we've been putting in some
Just
time.
for a minute, yeah.
We've been
I
putting in.
mean, it's changed a lot.
It has. It has. Have you noticed the changes that take place in Barranquilla?
Oh yeah. I mean, Colombia as a whole is just growing like crazy. You know, I had bought the condo in Cartagena, and when I bought it, you know, I was really nervous about them building too much, and you know, was it going to rent? Was the property going to appreciate? Man, Colombia is growing leaps and bounds.
It is.
Yeah,
It really is. And that's in all the major cities. You can't go wrong with investing in Colombia right now.
no,
You can't go wrong with
even the
investing.
smaller cities, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's so true. All right, I'm going to take time out and let you introduce yourself. Let guys know what area of the states that you're from, what drew you to Colombia, why Barranquilla over your original Cali. So I'm gonna give you some time to introduce yourself.
well, you know, I'm a OG traveler. I've been to like 22, 24 countries. And man, Colombia really stood out to me. And, you know, I started practicing Spanish in 2017, started teaching myself Spanish. So I wanted to be in a Latin country and I wanted to have really good infrastructure. And when I came to Colombia the first time, I went to Cali.
Right.
I was like, man, this is great. This
Right.
is awesome. But before I went to Cali, I went to Carnival in Barranquilla. And I was like, man, this city is really a jewel in all of South America. The north side of Barranquilla has such good infrastructure, such luxury apartments, and, you know, very good security. Everything's kind of new and modern. So I really love that, man. Fell in love with it. And of course, it's kind of like Cali in the fact that it celebrates a lot of African culture. You know, on the coast, you have Palenque, which is where the, you know, slaves from Africa revolted and started their own village. You know, that you just have so much color, so much flavor and fun. That coastal energy and partying is awesome.
All right. Shout out to my brother D with the love for the game. Dion just had no comment, just straight up, hey Dre, for support the channel, $20 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate all you guys for supporting the channel. Now, where were you originally from in the States?
So I moved here from Los Angeles, California. I've been in LA for a lot of years, but before that I was in Indiana. Before that I was in Connecticut. Before that I was in Alabama. So, you know, I moved around. I lived in Florida for a little bit, but the majority of my time I was in Los Angeles, and then I came here. So coming from LA, man, it was a dream come true to come to Barranquilla. You know, when we came down here, the prices were so low and the value of the dollar was so high. Man, you know, I was paying like I was paying $1,700 a month for my apartment in LA, and I came down here and got an apartment for $850. So it was like, and it was better, you know.
Right.
So I really lucked up coming to Colombia. I thought about moving to South Africa. You know, I was in Cuba for a long time. I was in Jamaica for a long time. Um, I thought about Dubai. Had gone to Dubai. I went to Croatia, and all those places were really cool, but nothing can beat Barranquilla. It's just super nice. Never had like problems with electricity unless they were like doing maintenance on the building or something.
Yep.
It's just the infrastructure, man, and just to be able to go to the mall and, you know, to be around people that are really doing things, because, you know, it's the economy hub. It's the port city of Colombia, where the, you know, most of the goods move up and down the river. So there are a lot of businesses and a lot of people doing well. Everywhere you go, there's luxury cars. You know, it's like, am I in LA? You know?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that people take for granted about Barranquilla is the fact that Barranquilla is the port hub of products and services that go in and out of the country.
Right.
A lot of times when we think about business, we think about Medellin or we think about Bogota, but we don't think about those port cities such as Buenaventura or Barranquilla in regards to that side of business.
Yeah.
That's so true. Well, today we're going to be talking about, and we're going to look at some videos, and we're going to hear what our friend Shep has to say about each part. So if you guys have any questions about Barranquilla, housing, cost of living, any of that, we're going to be addressing that on this particular live stream. I know a lot of you guys had questions about Barranquilla before, the real estate market and things like that. Just like my brother said, he bought a piece of property a few years back in Cartagena, and he's been living in Barranquilla right down the road for quite a few years. So if you have any questions about real estate, feel free to ask him because he'll have those answers. Let me get ready to pull up our videos for you. Oh, first thing I want to pull up is this. Did you know about this?
Oh yeah.
Man, did you know that they dropped the ball for 2020?
Yeah, you know, this isn't the first time. You know, they were going to build a new soccer stadium in Barranquilla. And I thought, man, I better get a piece of property because, you know, they already have Club Colombia, the national team, playing in Barranquilla.
Right.
When they were going to build a new stadium, it was going to be one of the largest in South America, do all these concerts. And this new super mall, that fell through. Then they were going to bring the Formula One, and then that fell through. But the mayor there is very, you know, he attracts a lot of business to the city. So if you've ever been to an Olympica, the guy that owns that,
yeah,
that's the mayor in Barranquilla. If you know about Junior, the football team in Barranquilla,
yeah, that's right,
that's
Junior.
the mayor. So, you know, he pulls in a lot of businesses. So it is sad that these things fell apart because it would have just changed the dynamic of the city.
And the sad part was the main reason was right here. A few documents that needed to be signed that were missing at the time. That's why they didn't have the Grand Prix in August of 2026 because of documents.
Man.
Come on, Colombia. We got to do better. We got to do better.
Man.
Just because of a few documents. And I love Grand Prix races. I used to go to the St. Pete Grand Prix, and I was born and raised in Detroit. Detroit Grand Prix is, you know, world famous.
Huge, yeah. And, you know, I lived in Indianapolis for a long time, and they finally brought, yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Naptown. I used to love being in Nap. I used to go to the expo all the time as well.
Oh man, you remember the expo?
Man, I was going to the expo all the time, man.
Tupac, yeah.
Yeah, I was going back in the day when Tyson got locked down.
Oh,
remember,
man.
got locked down during the expo.
Yep. Those were the days, though, man.
Yes,
like
sir.
From all over the world. It's crazy.
Yeah, shout out to Cakes and Dreams in the building. He was the one that told me about the Grand Prix races that they've been trying to set up in.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a done deal. So
hopefully they can get it done for next year. That's what they say.
That's a lot of money for the city.
I know,
a
right?
lot of tourism.
A lot of it. All right, guys, let's get ready to get started with the videos. So the first thing that we're looking at is we're going to talk about the cost of living in Barranquilla. So we're going to play the videos, and then we're going to hear what you have to say in regards to cost of living when you first came down. Is Barranquilla still a bang for your buck? I'll hit the cash apps in the PayPal in a second, give you guys a shout out who have supported by way of PayPal, Cash App. And if you guys have any questions, let us know. But let's look at the video first.
Barranquilla, bro, it's so cheap. You can get a nice 2-2 for like $450. I'm thinking about moving right now initially to Barranquilla because I feel like it's where I'm at now. It's a little bit slower. I feel like it's safer and I can find something more serious, like a serious relationship with a girl there.
Before Kobe goes any further, what is yours? He says it's a little bit more slower, it's a little bit more safer, and I can find somebody a little bit more serious. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I'll co-sign that. Because one of the reasons I chose Barranquilla, because coming from LA, I was tired of bumper to bumper traffic like you have in Bogota. And I didn't want the big city where I got to make reservations before I go to a nice restaurant. You know, every time I order food, it takes an hour to get to the apartment. I didn't want to pay LA prices. And so Barranquilla, you got that slower pace. You have a lot of traditional women and traditional families. And so you don't have, people aren't so used to that gringo, I don't know, that gringo attack, you know, like
Right.
you go other places and the women are like, you know, gringo, well, hey, dinero. So in Barranquilla, it's not like that. You know, people are like, hey, you know, come to my house for dinner. Let's cook dinner. You go to someone's house, they break out the instruments and start playing music. You know, it's just more traditional.
Oh, this is a good question that was asked. Shout out to you, Real. CP says this. He says, salute, Brother Dre. He say, for your host, asking you, Shep, he says, what percentage of Black Americans would you say that you've come across on a regular in Barranquilla compared to maybe another city?
Very low. Very low. Compared to like when I'm in Cali or, of course, Medellin, or I'm in Cartagena, or even Santa Marta, very low. Very low. You know, a lot of brothers don't want to deal with the heat, and a lot of brothers don't, you know, it's not known for its party scene, going out scene, anything like that, but it's just regular people living their lives. So very few. Like when I'm at the mall or somewhere, I've run into like 2 or 3 brothers, you know, in 7 years of being here. So
Wow.
almost 7 years of being here. So very few.
And Jermon has a question for you before we get back to cost of living. He says, with Barranquilla expanding its canal for shipping, which neighborhoods in the area offer the best value for money? I guess he's mentioning.
You know, for me, it still is Rio Mar. For me, its location is unbeatable. As they expand, you know, the north, it's just unbeatable because you're close to everything. And I would say Via Country is oftentimes overlooked. That's a really good value for your money. So Alto Prado, Via Country, and Rio Mar. You know, a little bit outside of Buena Vista, Rio Mar, I think is the best place.
And most of those are like you were talking, like you and I discussed, kind of like the northern area.
Yeah, you know, Barranquilla is really a tale of 2 cities. In fact, you know, the people say that the mayor is only the mayor of the north part of the city because, you know, if you ever visit Barranquilla, when you arrive at the airport and you start driving to your hotel, you're gonna be like, yo, did I mess up?
I'm gonna tell you something before you continue on. I've been to a lot of cities in this world, and I kid you not, there's only 2 cities that when I got to the airport, I was like, what the hell? and they reminded me of each other.
What was the other city?
Barranquilla and Havana, Cuba.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was like, what the? Who in the? What the?
But they've upgraded the airport now, so they're still renovating the airport. But of course, once you leave that turnabout of the airport, you're like, man, what happened? So when you arrive to Barranquilla, you're on the south side of the city. And the south side of the city is very impoverished. It has less economic opportunities. Most people that live on the south side commute to the north side in order to work. You know, that's where most of the businesses are and stuff like that. It's developing. You know, now they have a new mall. It's not new anymore, but they have a mall, excellent mall on the south side. There's a lot more construction in the Strato 5 on the south side. So it's coming up, but it's very underdeveloped. It's nothing like the north side. It really is like, you know, in the States, when we say across the train tracks, it really is, unfortunately, it really is like that. I mean, sometimes you still see a donkey pulling a cart on the south side. You know, you see like 4 people on a motorcycle. You know, while we on the motorcycle, you know, one of the interesting things about the north side of Barranquilla and how they keep it safe, they always have checkpoints, right, for motorcycles. You can't have 2 guys on a motorcycle on the north side of Barranquilla.
That's how it is here.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that makes a big difference on a crackdown, because you know, when you're on the south side and 2 guys pull up on a motorcycle, you see women like clutch their purse, and you know, they do the State Farm double check. But on the north side, it's really cool.
Oh yeah.
And all the neighborhoods I mentioned are on the north side. So yeah, I would not live on the south side. You know, even if you spoke perfect Spanish and things like that, it's just too high of a probability of crime.
Yeah.
Even though it's petty crime.
Yeah. And I agree with you. It's kind of funny because since we had been there before, I can picture the difference. And I kid you not, when I was just looking at the houses on the north side.
Yeah, man.
I feel like I was in the States.
The luxury, you know, man, I went to a penthouse and it had the 180-degree balcony, patio. I was like, man, you know, this is better than the States. And you know, you get a lot more room than Los Angeles, and the prices are just, I mean, it's just ridiculous. But now, like I said, when I came in 2020, it was $850
right,
for a 1-bedroom one. Now, this is one of the best buildings in the city. It's connected to the Hilton hotel. Now that same apartment is $1,500. So it's gone up a lot.
Yeah. That is a lot, especially for Barranquilla to see $1,500.
That's what I'm saying. But it's a great building. I mean, we're talking about central air. You know, like I said, it's connected to the hotels, 1 block from the best mall, Buena Vista. So, yeah.
And it's still a bang for your buck when you compare it to the United States. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. And if you sign like a long lease, you know, that's the other beautiful thing about the coast. You know, coastal people are on coastal time, pluses and minuses with that. But they do business differently. Like in Bogota and Medellin, they're very strict. So you have to have a fiador, you got to have a Colombian sign for you, or you have to go to like an insurance company to insure your lease, your long-term lease, even if it's just 6 months. And you have to pay a deposit, and then you have to pay the insurance company like 2 months, 3 months, some, you know, deposit to cover in case you destroy the apartment or anything like that. Right. In Barranquilla, man, you shake hands, sign that paper, you good to go. So I really like, it's more laid back. You know, that works against you, like if you're getting your cable installed, you know.
Right.
But other than that, it works out great. I mean, everything's laid back. In Barranquilla, you know, they'll cook it the way you want. You can tell them, you know, hey, I want to try something different. Can you put this with that? It's not like Medellin where they're like no substitutions, you know, like You gotta make your reservation 6 hours in advance. It's just more laid back, and that's more my speed. I don't want a lot of issues. I want to be able to walk in someplace and just sit down, listen to some music, and chill.
Yeah, man, that's an excellent point.
But the heat, I mean,
Yeah. That heat.
Barranquilla and Cartagena are in the top 20 most humid cities in the world. I mean, we're talking Bangladesh humidity. So yesterday was like 94 degrees with almost 90% humidity. So it gets hot. It gets hot.
It does
And
get
there are
hot.
people that live on the south, mostly on the south side, but even on the north, there are people that live with no air conditioning. It's just normal to them. And I'm like, I come off the elevator. I got to wrap my bald head up. I'm like, man, this
Here's
is
the funny
crazy.
part, especially you dudes coming from California, and y'all used to dry heat out in
Yes.
California, Arizona, Oregon. Y'all
And
used to dry heat.
if it get over 85 in LA, it's like a heat wave. You know what I mean? It's like
I know, right?
here, it could be it's 87 at night. It's like that humidity. But Barranquilla, if you're trying to choose between Cartagena, Santa Marta, and Barranquilla has the most breeze. There's actually a windy season, kind of like in LA we have Santa Ana winds. They have a windy season in Barranquilla where you get a great breeze, and that's not something you can get in Cartagena or Santa Marta. So that's one of the great things about living in Barranquilla. You're an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes from Cartagena, and you're 2 hours from Santa Marta. And I don't know if you guys have really looked into Santa Marta, but completely different from Cartagena. You don't have the rappers like Dre was saying. I mean, the rappers will chase you down. Okay,
Yes, they will.
they will run. Oh man, the rappers, these guys on the street that have like a microphone and speakers. If you ever been to Cartagena, you already know what I'm talking about. And they'll harass you, man. It's almost like assault. I mean, they might as well just go in your pockets. They'll follow you for blocks to get some sort of money out of you. It's crazy.
All right. And some of you guys were asking this. They were asking this question right here, and said, "Does your guest have a channel or a way to contact him?" Well, yes, he does. He actually has a website. Let's go to it.
Yeah.
Let's go do it. Go to it. Here we go. Give me a split second. He has a Living in Colombia website. I'm going to be dropping that link for you guys. So as a Geo Gringo, I like that name. That's a good name. That's a YouTube channel name right there.
Yeah. I've been telling Dre I'm gonna get on YouTube for like since 2021. I'm like, I'm gonna do it.
Man,
I'm
you know,
consuming,
content
man.
critic here. I mean,
man.
you have a market with no competition. I mean, the only people that talks about Barranquilla is on the screen. Our brother official Kobe. Kobe, if you want to come up, you can. I'm going to drop the link. And then you got Flyboy Way in the building, and he's always talking about Barranquilla and Ace Live when he was there. But other than that,
yeah,
it's
really set it off for real.
Yeah, because he was there during the pandemic. But yeah, definitely. Let's go back and finish off. Listen to this section of the video.
It's not so exposed to Americans or Europeans, and the experiences I've had there, I would say, are higher quality. I just haven't been able to sustain them because I haven't stayed long enough. So Barranquilla, yeah, it's a little slow, but in my opinion, it's safer. I like the position in between Santa Marta and Cartagena.
Right coast.
Yeah, so it has a beach. I really like the beach in Santa Marta for the weekends. It's nice. Cartagena is cool for nightlife, but Cartagena is a little bit much.
I think Cartagena is a little overrated. Bro.
It's
good, but it's a little overrated.
Let me ask you this before I go to Will Super Chat. Do you think Cartagena is overrated?
To live there, I don't recommend anyone live in Cartagena. I mean, Cartagena, if you know Colombia, you have numbers assigned to the neighborhoods called estrados, and it goes 0 through 6. and Cartagena is basically 6 and 2 or 1.
Oh yeah.
That's it. I mean, it's so expensive. There's very little working class, just regular people doing well for themselves. It's very hard to have a good Estrado 5 and 4 in Cartagena. It's very overpriced. I mean, that's why I purchased there, because it's super expensive, especially during high seasons. I mean, it's hard to find anything super nice for less than $176 a night, which is just crazy for Colombia. So it's definitely overpriced, but it does have beautiful beaches on the islands. There is a lot to do, and it's one of the few places outside of Medellin that you can listen to American music, and you can still do a lot of the American vibes and stuff like that, even while you're in Colombia. So it's like this mix of the culture with, like the States and Canada and Europe mixed with Colombian culture. So I wouldn't say it's overrated, because it is cool. I think everybody needs to go there, but I don't recommend anyone live there.
All right.
And it's overrun with tourists. So
yeah, a good place for investment, in other words.
Yeah. And that city is growing. They're building a new airport there. I mean, it's really growing. I'm not keeping up with the questions though. So I know you are, but I can't. They're going so fast. I'm like,
oh yeah. Will says this. He said this a few moments ago. Shout out to Will with the 20,000 Colombian pesos. He said the real estate prices are excellent in Barranquilla, and there is a lot of Colombian millionaires there. A lot of people sleeping on that. That's a great point, Will.
Yeah.
He said, I have my reasons why I chose Medellin. He said, I was looking at a beach home, but the deal fell through.
Yeah, if you can Google it, right? So there are a few cities in Colombia that have the most Colombian purchases, right? They're not foreign investors coming in buying up property. These are Colombians with money. And you have Bucaramanga, Pereira, Barranquilla, and there's another one. It's like Cundinamarca or something like that. There's a lot of local investment. There's a lot of South American investment. And I'm telling you, if you're on the north side of Barranquilla, you walk down the street, if you walk 10 minutes, you're going to see like 10 Range Rovers or Land Rovers or, Toyota Pradas. I mean, it's a very, very, very wealthy place. And that's represented by, the cost and the infrastructure. It's just, it's just like the video. It's super clean and nice on the north side of Barranquilla. I love it.
And that goes to show you another reason why they're going to be taking it. They'll always take the city of Barranquilla serious. They're not going to allow it to become a major tourist hub. They'll allow y'all can come for the festival, but then after the festival, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here.
Yeah, and Carnival is the second largest in the world after Rio. So I mean, it's always a good time. There's so much going on, but you gotta be respectful of the culture. People are gonna throw powder on you, rice, flour on you and stuff like that. But you're gonna have a really good time. I mean, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot. And if you go to a concert, there's no air-conditioned VIP section, but you have a lot of fun. I mean, man, the concerts, and you gotta love, you gotta experience other types of music. You're not going to find a hip hop concert, but if you can get down with some, Carnival has its own type of music, a mix of African music and African instruments and Latin rhythms and vibes that come together. But you have cumbia, and you have vallenato, which is super popular, along with the salsa and ranchero and mariachi and all that good stuff. In fact, Joey Arroyo has a statue there. So, and some people consider him, kind of like the king of salsa, old school.
Yeah.
If you love old school traditional salsa, so
I know.
Yeah, I know salsa king over here. we go to the club and Dre's just, you know, waiting for that jam. He gets up, he's spinning them around, you know. He got the steps.
I love it, man. I love salsa music.
Plus, you got that Cali salsa. You know, that Cali salsa is different from that
The rest of the
costeño
world, yeah.
salsa. You know, we doing that regular cool stuff. We not moving so quickly.
Yeah, I know, because Cali salsa, man, is acrobatic, and it is like no other.
Almost like a mix of champeta and salsa. You know, how champeta got the
tango. I didn't know
Yeah.
that Cali salsa has a mix of tango as well. That's
And
why it
tango,
looks like
yeah.
our feet is moving so fast, because it's Cali salsa is 1, 2, and then you do cha 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 in the middle. So where with other salsa, your legs may look like they're moving a little slower, but in Cali you're doing the same moves, but in between you're doing a real quick cha cha cha, and so that's what people get kind of like, man, y'all move fast with all. That's all that is.
It reminds me of like, you know how James Brown, if you listen to his music, he's on the off beat, you know, the in-between beat.
Yes.
And that's what makes that groove, like, you know, the pocket so beautiful. And that's how it is. And, you know, I've gone to salsa classes in Cali. It's, you know, it takes a minute. It takes a minute. It's not easy like on the coast, you know, when you just smooth with it.
Right. Let's go here and answer a few questions before we go back to the video. Let me see. He said, Dre, Will says this, Dre, I was visiting Barranquilla a lot. I didn't know this, Will. A lot. That's why I chose that as a possibility to live. I did not know that. Shout out once again to Kings and Dreams in the building. And I saw a couple of questions. Oh yeah, let's go back to your website too. Let's do that. Let's remove this and let's go back to your website. You can walk us through it. Let me move us.
Yeah,
over.
so I started, you know, I had a company in the past called Better Life Abroad, and I was actually introducing people to, you know, doing consultations and introducing people to the coast of Colombia. But it just became a lot to bounce around Santa Marta. You know, I was showing people real estate in Santa Marta, and I was driving out to Cartagena a lot. So here I'm just focused more on people that want to do medical tourism, relocate to Colombia, or people that want to invest in Colombia.
Right.
And that's like the main focus. So not the tourism side of it, because, you know, you get so many people that want to come to the coast. It's kind of hard to show people around.
That's true too.
But I work with some great realtors. A lot of people don't know, but in Colombia, there's several world-class hospitals.
True.
Right? We have several that are accredited by the same accreditation agencies that do, you know, I gotta represent Cali, that do accreditations in the United States. A lot of the doctors here have trained, particularly in Miami. There's a program to train in Miami. Barranquilla has one of the best universities in the country, University of the North, and they have a new hospital called Puerto Azul. That's actually me on the MRI machine.
Here.
Puerto Azul is world class. I mean, it's better than the hospital. It's better than like UCLA in LA. I mean, it's world class. And what I love about it is that with private, you can get private healthcare in Colombia for around a basic plan, like $160 a month. And compared to the States where, you know, I was paying like $800 a month. I think the lowest plan I could find, even like a state plan, was like $680 a month. You know, when I was laid off, I had to transfer with the Cobra. It was hot. And I came here, it was like, you know, and a lot of people don't know this either. There's a special insurance that we have on the coast. It's not everywhere in Colombia. It's called AMI, A-M-I. And it doesn't cover medicine or hospital visits, but it covers doctor visits and ambulance transfers, and the doctors come to your home. So I'm living at a hotel. I buy this insurance. Doctor comes. He tells me maybe you have kidney stones, and you need to get a. We'll start with a echogram. I forget what it's called. And so he's like, "We're gonna send somebody out tomorrow." They rolled the machine into my hotel room and did the test. And Omni insurance is only $10 a month. So I love that. But if you want full health care, it starts around $160 a month. You can get Cadillac plans, $200 a month. They cover some surgeries. But if you want world-class surgery from some of the best doctors in the world that have trained in the United States, and that's what, a lot of people, when you hear these horror stories, they come here, they do surgeries at these clinics, these like mom and pop clinics.
Right.
If there's an emergency, there's no major hospital that you can get to. Here, the surgeons rent space at the major hospital. They do the surgeries there. You do your recovery there for the first 24 hours, and you're good to go. So it's just world-class healthcare.
I think one of the things because we have a world-class hospital here in Cali,
Yes.
and
Yes.
I mean, it is, dude. I love it. I love it. And I think the part that I love most about, I'm going to drop the link to your website once again for those that are interested in reaching out to you.
Yeah, hit me up.
Definitely. And what I do love, one of the things that's not mentioned as often is the fact that in Colombia, you can get world-class medical without having to pay American prices.
And without having to wait America times too. If you're in a major city, and I'm saying I have some health issues, and when I was in the States, I had irregular heartbeat, I had AFib.
Right.
So I'm in the States. I go to the emergency room. They admit me. They run all these tests and everything like that. Put me on these medicines. They got a cardiologist specialist come into the emergency room, and you go. I'm seeing this cardiologist periodically. I come here, and I'm not feeling too great. I go to the doctor, doing everything like that, and the doctor's like, "Hey man, you need to see an echocardiologist." And I'm like, "What's an echocardiologist?" I've been in the hospital, I've been to the cardiologist, no one's mentioned. It's a cardiologist that specializes in heart rhythms. And so just that information alone led me to get off of medicines and have a procedure to regulate my irregular heart rate that, worked out for me, that I would have known about, because in the States, they take 15, 20 minutes with you. And then you're done. But here, I think here, because people have less access, like financially, to just to go get an MRI and stuff like that. They really take time to go over their history and stuff like that. In the States, they're like, do an MRI, take this medicine. All right, see you next week, or in 2 weeks or whatever. But here, they really sit and listen to you, ask you questions and stuff like that. And a lot of doctors in Barranquilla speak English because they've studied in someplace in the States. So that's another big plus of being so close to the U.S. Not to mention direct flights. That's another big plus, being at the airport. You're only 2.5 hours from Miami by flight, so it's great.
And that medical tourism is blown up. I kid you not. And
for guys too.
And the other thing,
it's not just BBLs. I mean,
no.
Hernia surgery, hip replacements, bariatric procedures is blowing up.
Absolutely. I've had 2 surgeries since I've been here. Throat surgery, because being on YouTube so many years, I had to have surgery on my throat.
I remember that,
yeah. And then I had the colon surgery. I had that as well, and my copay was $0 because I have Sura. I get house calls, and at one point in time, I was on the high blood pressure medication, right? And they had me taking 2 pills in the evening, 2 pills in the day. And as time progressed, they were like, enough with the pills. It would just be one in the day, one in the evening. To whereas in America, they would have had me on 16 different pills
Yeah,
just to sell the pills. And that's
yeah,
another thing that people don't realize. That's a benefit of being in Colombia. In their medical system, they are not a pill pushing salesman
no.
of
In
medical.
fact, even if you went to the pharmacy just to buy pain medicine, they sell it to you like 4 or 5 in the bottle. You know, if you go to in the United States, you get a bottle of like 200 ibuprofen or Advil. You go to the pharmacy here, they don't have that, man. They barely have 30 packs. They just don't push a lot of medicine. They really want you to get off of medicine. That's just something
Yeah.
in the culture, I guess.
That's so true. That's so true.
Yeah.
Andrew he had a random question. He said, random question. Seeing luxury vehicles in North Barranquilla normally is normal compared to other cities. Just curious.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the crazy thing is, like, you know, no one robs them or anything like that. So I've been to like 24 cities here in Colombia. I've been all over Colombia. And I've never seen a concentration of wealth like this. So you can go to Bogota, you can go to some great, very expensive neighborhoods, very wealthy. I've been to some brand new, beautiful, wealthy neighborhoods on the south side of near Ciudad Jardín in Cali. Brand new
Yeah.
developments, beautiful, gated, luxury cars everywhere, Mercedes, BMWs. But those are like small pockets. Like in Medellin, you have this pocket over here, you got this pocket over here, and once you walk 10 minutes, you're someplace else. But in Barranquilla, I can literally walk 30, 40 minutes and not leave a straddle 6 or 5. And that's the difference. It's just an entire community. And I took some pictures, and Dre will show them later, but you'll see the vast expansion of the north side, just how huge it is and how luxury the buildings are, and just the layout, how organized and developed it is. It's crazy. They have one of the largest malls. It's actually 3 buildings
True.
connected by sky bridges in Buena Vista, but you could walk 30 minutes down the street. They got another 5-level mall, Viva. So, I mean, it's just, people would be shocked to think, okay, I'm in a developing country, but it's this nice and organized, No hurricanes.
No
No
hurricane.
hurricanes. No, Colombia is unique. The coast of Colombia is uniquely, I mean, you can get a hurricane, of course, but hurricane season, it doesn't come in the direction of Barranquilla. You get a lot of rain and things like that. And Barranquilla is a little bit away from the beach, right? So the beach is actually in Puerto Colombia, which is like a little suburb, of Colombia. It's a separate little city where the beaches are. So, and you get the wind and you get a little rain, but you won't get any hurricanes. And when you buy property there, that's a big, big saving. I mean, the money you spend on insurance in Miami, not just the cost of the condos, because some cost of condos are going down in Miami, but that savings on taxes and hurricane insurance alone is enough to move the investment, in my opinion, if you're doing investment properties, to the coast of Colombia versus Miami.
All right. That's what's up. And the brother, one of the brothers just said, shout out to you, brother, being in the building. He says this. He said, but who owns the expensive cars and hotels?
Man, I'm gonna tell you something that's super duper crazy. I couldn't even believe it myself. There's a new housing development, new apartment, 2 towers. They're building them behind Buena Vista, and I'm all into real estate, so I'm like, yo, this is gonna be nice. I gotta jump in on this. So I go and ask them about the properties. And I mean, it was just announced. It's like 2 months in. They haven't started construction. They won't even start construction for another year. And I go and talk to the lady. She's like, "Oh, I'm so glad that you came because we're 80% sold out." And I'm like,
Yep.
"Okay, well, for me, it's just an investment. So let's talk about, some lower floors and this and that." $640,000 US in Barranquilla, Colombia. So, and it was 80% full. I mean, it's just 2 or 3 months. I mean, they barely had a model when you walk in. It was crazy. When they were building, they're expanding. Puerto Azul is the hospital is a campus, and they were building a new surgery center because they have so much new surgery. It's like a surgery hub, and you had the opportunity to either purchase office space and you could rent it to doctors, or you could purchase apartments there, little apartments where people would recover and stuff like that. Of course, people want to recover on the hospital campus in case they have any kind of problem. I mean, there's just a lot of investment opportunities, but people from Bogota are the primary owners. I mean, you can't even, I even caught the Toyota fever. Toyota here is like Lexus,
Yeah. They almost like
Mercedes, BMW in the States. They love Toyota. Like, Toyota's better than Lexus here. So, if you go to the Lexus dealer, you can get a Lexus, but they don't have any of those Toyota 4Runners or Pradas or anything like that. But a lot of them are owned by Colombians that don't live full time in Barranquilla. And that's my point, is that it's such a luxury place. It's just gone up. I mean, if I had have bought that penthouse in 2020 or 2021, I'd be rich. I missed a lot of opportunities. When I bought my place and I sold the place in Cartagena, but when I bought it, people were like, "Man, you're crazy, $176,000." They were like, "I don't care if it's right in front of the water. You're paying too much." And there was a guy that said, a real estate guy who said, "I'm telling you, you need to buy 2 properties in Barranquilla for that price." And I was like, "Nah, man, this is projected to go up $200 a night. It's supposed to go $250 a night soon. They have a shortage of hotels. This is the safer bet." And sure enough, it is. In 2.5 years, I sold it for a very good profit. But if I had bought those 2 places in Barranquilla, they're $1,500 a month each that they're renting for on Airbnb, and that's during the normal time. Not to mention Carnival, or when there's a Colombian football game where the prices shoot up $3,000 for a 2-3 bedroom apartment. And I'm just like, man, I missed on a lot of opportunities in 2021 and 2022.
It's definitely the learning curves, man. It's definitely the learning curve.
Because we nervous because we're like Americans investing in a foreign country, and we hear all these horror stories, people being had and buying property that doesn't really exist, or they don't own the rights to the land and stuff like that. So you have to do a lot of thorough research. You can't just jump up on the first, you come in town, the first thing you see. You got to do a lot of research. And I'm getting older. I don't have time. I want the sure thing. I'm getting ready to retire in like 12 years. So I want to make sure if I buy something, I want to make sure that as an investment property, in 7 to 10 years, I would like that property to pay for itself.
Right.
But everybody's got different goals and investments. So I wanted the sure bet. But if I'd have played the long game in 2021, I would have came out ahead for sure. Because at the time, to put $176,000 in Barranquilla, I mean, you're at penthouse level. And I was like, nah, I want to be in front of the beach. They not, the beach is what's up. So go left, go right. They were both. You couldn't lose on either one. But
that's a good point. That's a good point. And my brother says this. He says, how is it when it comes to walkability, cycling, outdoor recreation in Barranquilla?
It is so walkable. on the north side of Barranquilla. It's incredible. There are many cycling clubs, of course, because of the heat. The cycling clubs are all in the nighttime, right?
Right.
So they don't like. I mean, you do have some early Saturday morning biking clubs, but the city's very walkable. I mean, I walked all over the city. I mean, it's very walkable. There's always something in walking distance: a restaurant, a cafe, or you're walking to the mall. But the heat, you will arrive sweaty. You will definitely get there.
That
You will
humidity.
definitely be sweating. Like I said, I walk around with a head wrap because, and here's the crazy thing. Sometimes when you go to the mall, some of the air conditioning, like certain units of the air conditioning might not be functioning. I mean, some of the restaurants don't have air conditioning all the time. So, excuse me, there are very few places for you to escape the heat. That heat is relentless. If I'm walking somewhere, I might duck into a grocery store and then continue my trip because, man, that heat will get to you. And they definitely have a lot of cycling. They have a great swimming club. The Red Cross building there has a pool. And that's one of the best things you can do is, jump into the pool, do some laps. That's another good one. Of course, they have, gringo meetups at a bar. It's not a lot of gringos that go there, especially not like my color, but they do have that meetup. There's some salsa schools and classes that you can take, and of course, language schools and stuff like that. But it's got a lot of chill stuff to do, very chill things to
Yeah.
go to.
Yeah.
But you definitely have to expand your culture because if you want to listen to live music, it's going to be, ranchero, mariachi, something like that.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, that I can agree with. Another question they had is for the number of black men that are veterans, are there resources there? Because they got resources in Medellin, but I
Exactly.
haven't heard anywhere else.
I don't know if they have those resources there. I have to ask some of the veteran brothers, but I'm not sure because I have some veteran friends in Cartagena, and I have to ask them about that. I'm not sure. It's a good question.
Yeah, shout out to Kings of Dreams in the building. He says this. He said 2021 was a great year to purchase property in Colombia for extremely fair price. He say I know I purchased my property in Medellin that year.
Yeah, I looked at so many properties in Medellin in 2021, man. But if in 2021 we could have known that Colombia was going to have this massive recovery after COVID, and it would be twice as much, 3 times as much tourism after COVID than there was before, I would have borrowed money from everyone I could to invest in Colombia because the takeoff has just been incredible.
All right. He says, got a question for you. This is a good one. He said, is it okay to drive in Barranquilla if someone chooses to? Like if they're going to drive from Barranquilla to Cartagena or to Santa Marta or Guajira area?
La Guajira, yeah. It is. But Barranquilla has some of the worst drivers in the world. Let's keep it real. Every traffic law is a suggestion. It's not a rule. It's a suggestion. It's like, hey, do you want to stop at this stop sign? I mean, you can if you want to, but if you don't, it's cool. People will move. It is it's some rough driving. You can rent a car. I've done that. It's very safe to drive to Cartagena or to Santa Marta, but they do have pico de placa. So you have to watch that. Like, let's say you rent a car for a week, but your license plate on Wednesday is you can't drive. Until like after I think it's like 9 o'clock at night or something like that.
Is y'all that
But,
late?
yeah, or maybe it's 8 o'clock. I can't remember.
I was
'Cause, I don't. One of the reasons I came here was because I don't want to drive. I mean, Uber. one of the great things about Barranquilla versus other cities is Uber comfort. You know, I'm 6'2". I'm a big dude, and when you get into a regular Uber, it's like, I mean, you know, it's like knee to chest type sometimes, depending. And sometimes in Barranquilla, you get in a car and the air conditioning not very strong. And if you got multiple people, the cars don't have air vents for the back seat,
Mm.
right? So the people in the back are really, you know, sweating it out. But you can get Uber Comfort, man. It's like everywhere. You know, in other cities, you order Uber Comfort, you're looking at 30 minutes before you can get an Uber Comfort, if you can get an Uber Comfort. But it's all over the north side of Barranquilla, and I love that. You know, it's just a little bit more. I mean, we're talking $5. The difference between $2.50 and $5 to get that extra space and that crispy cold air conditioning. So one of the reasons I moved there is because I don't want. I did buy a car. Now, I did buy a car there.
Did you?
Yeah, man. I bought a little Chevy, but I hated it, man. And it's like that driving, man. Yeah, and I mean, it's nice. It's like you said, the freedom to get around and explore little cities and towns. I mean, I've been to a lot of little pueblos and stuff like that, and it is cool. You know, they have some unique foods, and the people are really nice and everything like that. They're happy that you came to their little town. They want to tell you all about it and things like that. But
yeah, man,
it's very good to drive there. It's safe. The roads are okay. I mean, some of the streets, you know, have potholes, but the roads between cities are pretty good. But the way people drive, you know, if
Did
you
you
can
know
drive in New York, they say you can drive anywhere, but nah, if you can drive in Barranquilla, Colombia, you can drive anywhere. anywhere in the world. You go to, you can go to Indonesia, you can go to India, you'll be fine.
Cali was voted as, I'm not Cali, but Colombia 2026 was voted as the world. And I just read the article last week, and I've been talking about it all week long.
The worst.
The world's worst traffic. Colombia.
Oh, yeah.
Number 2 is India, and I forget what number 3 is, but Colombia was voted number 1 in the world for the worst traffic. You're right. Everything is suggestion. I'm more, when I first started driving, I was more of defensive, and I was more Americanized with my driving. Like, why are y'all doing this? That's wrong. You should be doing it. And Andrea's looking and laughing at me. But now that I go with the flow, it is so much easier to drive. Once you stop, you realize, hey, the bikes are the bikes, the cars are the cars. They do what they do. You go with the, the controlled chaos. You're going to make it from point A to point B. It's all right, Dre. It doesn't have to be like in America. You in America, you give cars space when you stop. You do that, you're going to have 5 motorcycles in front of you. So you just come to peace with certain things. Let me give some shout outs to the brothers over on the Cash App. Shout out to my brother Gary, them Indiana boys.
Oh, Indiana.
Lafayette, Indiana, at 65. Shout out to you, Boilermakers, in other words, with the $20 love. Appreciate you over on the Cash App. And shout out to my brother Will with the $10 love over on the PayPal. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, I saw a couple more questions. But yeah, that Picky Placa, you got to park your car for once a week. In Bogota, it is twice a week you got to do it.
And it's different days for different cities, right? So if you're driving from Barranquilla to Santa Marta, they have a different day. So you got to watch that. So that's why for $30, for 30 mil or 40 mil an hour, you can have a driver in a nice SUV drive you wherever you want to go for the day or whatever. So I just do that. And a lot of times you can have a driver for security. Like I used to go to the casino a lot, and it's very safe, but people come in town, they're nervous, they're carrying cash, they want security. Well, a lot of the drivers that you pay this amount, they charge a little more, but they have licenses for arms, and they'll drive you around. They'll sit with you at the club, they'll sit with you at the casino, they'll sit in the lobby of the hotel, to cover you and stuff like that. So for me, I'm just like, the driving, I got rid of that car quick, fast, in a hurry.
I ain't gonna lie. I love the, like I'm 6'3", we tall dudes, bruh. And so it's like that getting into the cars, man. I feel like I'm a clown trying to cram into the clown car. And I'm like, I might as well go ahead, get what I want. So it took me about a good 5 months of researching what type of SUV I wanted. The first thing that I did was I sat in the back seat because I knew if my legs were good enough and comfortable enough in the back seat, then anybody else that's our height would be comfortable in the back seats, sitting behind me. And it just checked off all the bells and whistles from the moon roof. I'm coming from Florida, so I'm used to convertible. So I need to have at least a sunroof, a moon roof. The 7-seater, just in case a bunch of us want to go out, on a particular night. So it was all. I think I'm comfortable with, and plus sitting up higher allows me to feel
that makes all the difference
in the traffic. So your experience with driving is completely different from mine because I can see everything in front of me compared to if you're a vehicle, you're in the middle.
I had the little Chevrolet. I think it also varies per city. Cali's a great city to have a car in because you do have to wait a little while to get an Uber, and there is a lot of traffic that you're sitting in. So if you're not in a comfortable vehicle, especially if you're going from the north side to the south side, it's a little rough. But just, getting around the north side, man, I love that Uber comfort. Just can't beat that Uber comfort.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Let's go back to the video. Let's continue on with the video. Let me remove this from the stage and add this to the stage.
Oh, it's so cheap. You can get a nice 2.2 for like $450.
Wow.
Can you get a nice 2.2 for $450? Can you still do that?
No.
The days have gone.
No, sir. I mean, of course, there's caveats. Yes, if you go to a Straddle 3, you can still get a 2, sometimes a 3-bedroom apartment. And in USD, you will be paying around $500. But it's normally not furnished or doesn't include utilities or anything like that. There's always caveats, or you have to sign a year lease and your tourist visa is not going to be for more than 6 months. There's always these little caveats. You hear a lot of things on YouTube and stuff like that, but the devil's in the details. So it's possible if you want to live in a Straddle 3, but if you want to live in a Straddle 5 or 6, there's no way, unless you rent a room. But no, you can't get a 2x2 for that. Right.
Okay, let's continue on. When I saw shout out to Kobe regarding this. I don't know when he did the interview. Could have been earlier this year or last year. But I wanted to ask. I wanted Kobe to come up, but I wanted to ask you that question in regards to this as well. So thank you for giving us some clarity.
And something comparable to like a Laurelis or Envigado. Something comparable.
The cheapest city to live in South America is officially Barranquilla, Colombia.
Is it?
It was. For a long time, Cali and Barranquilla were the cheapest.
Okay, Cole, thanks.
Large cities.
Okay, go ahead.
Were the cheapest large cities in Colombia. Cali and Barranquilla were always on the list. In the world, really. They were some of the least expensive large cities that you could live. Barranquilla is the 4th largest city. It's the city right after Cali.
True.
In terms of size, you got Bogota, Medellin, Cali, and Barranquilla.
Okay.
Cost of living, including rent, is about $1,000 a month for one person versus almost $6,000 a month in New York City. As far as location goes, it's about halfway in between Cartagena and Santa Marta.
What costs less in Colombia that's like notably different than in the United
States? The food. Number
food?
one, the food costs a lot less. So you get better quality food, more natural, for a lot cheaper. The gym is another one that's cheap. I think I'm paying like $300 a year versus probably $600 or $700 a year in the States. You know what I mean? So it's definitely going to be, and it's a great gym. Internet is very cheap here. $300 a year for internet for me.
Tell me about this building that's going up.
Man, that building is right by one of my favorite malls, Via Country. So there's a super rich area of Barranquilla called El Golf, and this is right between Via Country and El Golf, and this is going to be a luxury premier building. And getting in on this building, it's definitely going to pay big dividends for you, because remember, Carnival is 4 weeks, right?
True.
That's jam packed, and then you have the different times of the year where the Colombian soccer team plays in Barranquilla. So that's gonna all be booked. And this place is right on the north side. It's got great access to 4 malls. Actually, where they just built the Meridian Mall. So it's just such a great location. Such a great location. But it's pricey now. I mean, to jump in on it now, you gotta have some paper, because remember, when you purchase a new construction project in Colombia, you don't pay any interest.
True.
You just make payments directly to the builder.
Absolutely.
So that brings down the cost of purchase tremendously. There's no interest. And you have normally 3, sometimes 4 years to pay it off. So you just spend $1,700 a month. There will be a balloon payment on the end, unless you're paying the $3,500 or $4,000 or $5,000, whatever it is, per month. So the sooner you start, the better it's going to be for you. And also the prices go up every month. So, what it started with a year or 2 ago is completely different. You can always negotiate, and there's, maybe someone that's fallen behind on payment. You can purchase the rights to their property and have it transferred to you. But I mean, this is a premier building that it's just you're right by the hospital. It's just a good premier building to purchase. And the builder, they put a lot of luxury details and features in it, so it should be a really good one.
Yeah. Just looking at it, it just looks amazing.
Yeah, it's bad, man. And then Via Country is like old money, so the buildings right around it are older luxury buildings. And so if you want to stay in that area and you want to be in a luxury new building, this is the spot. So it's just there's so many like that throughout the city, great deals. But this one in particular, I highlighted for people just because it's just such a premium tower.
Okay.
Basic utilities and necessities are a lot cheaper here. Light, gas, internet. My whole monthly bill with my apartment, it's probably like $400 at the most on average. So that's HOAs, that's all that's everything included. It's like $400.
Property taxes?
Yeah, property taxes.
All right. The next thing we're going to look at is the cost of housing, like we were just talking about. We just finished looking at cost of living. So the second thing we're going to look at is cost of housing in Barranquilla. And it's kind of funny, like you just said, it's the tale of two cities. Because as soon as you land in Barranquilla, you do think like, am I in the right city? You don't see this until you kind of like start really driving out towards north.
Yeah. And they've been working on that road for like years, but it's finally, you're starting to finally be able to see, that really, redoing the road from the airport to the north side.
Absolutely, Andrew. This is going on the Patreon. So whoever doesn't see it tonight and tomorrow morning, it will be taken down from YouTube and it will be going onto the Patreon as part of the archives that we have for the Patreon group. This one right here it says that it is, let's see, 1.5 mil. So that would be about $450.
Yeah, that's about 400.
So this place is about 450 USD. Let's take a look at it.
see, I can't live in. I mean, 68 square meters for 2-3 bedroom. I mean, a lot of guys. There's three things that I see a lot of people compromise on. One, they don't mind if they have a balcony that looks directly at someone else's balcony or kitchen.
Right.
And I like to have a view, and I'm willing to pay more for a view. A lot of guys
Yeah.
are living in a strato 3 and 4. Nothing wrong with that. It's great. You know, on the north side, still safe, no problems. But I like to live in 5 and 6. I'm trying to mingle with, you know, doctors and stuff like that. And then another thing that people compromise on are the amenities, right? So anyone can rent an Airbnb, bam, king size bed. I gotta at least have a queen size bed, or they have these mini bedrooms. Like you got 2 bedrooms, but I could never visit you and spend the night because it's a child's bedroom. I mean, it's a miniature bedroom. It's like it's for pets or something. I can't. So that, you know, guys compromise on these things, and they advertise these deals like, yeah, man, of course you can come to Colombia and live someplace for $250 a month, but I wouldn't recommend it. You know, like so there are options that they're outside of my domain, my perspective, you know, for where I would want to live and where I recommend people live. I don't just. A lot of 3 bedrooms are like 56 square meters, and that you get a great deal, great price on them. But I personally don't want to live in a 3 bedroom, 56 square meter apartment. You know,
I would rather compromise on bathroom size before I compromise on bedroom size.
And also
that's
air conditioning. Air conditioning is your lifeline. It is vital. And if you don't, you know, a lot of times you rent a place that's got air conditioning in the bedroom, but not in the living room.
True.
So you cooking, you sweating to death, you go, I mean, or it's not in every bedroom. So if someone comes to visit, they got to use the fan and you got the air conditioning. So they're just things that I won't compromise. And like I said, the devil's in the details. You know, a lot of places don't have hot water in Barranquilla because it's a hot environment. So if you wake up early in the morning, the water's going to be a little cold. And for a lot of people, that's fine because they say, oh, it's hot. But when I wake up before that sun hits and it's not that hot, I'm trying to take a hot shower. And, you know, during the day, you take cold showers, but it doesn't have hot water. Also, there's guest policies, right? So when you're renting from these people, they have certain guest policies. So, yeah. You might get a place in this family residential area that's $450 a month. And when you have guests coming in and out all the time, the security's going to call the owner and say, hey, I don't know what this guy is doing, but, you know, he's got people coming in here and out of here all the time. So there are all these little caveats. You know, you can do this, it's possible, but is it really feasible for you to do that? So the hot water, air conditioning in every room. A lot of times you don't get an oven. You rarely get a dryer. So every time you like wash your sheets and stuff, you know, your house is you got wet items all throughout your house because the laundry area isn't designed for king size sheets, you know? So there's a lot of little details, especially with that guest policy, hot water, air conditioning in every room, and certain amenities that you might use. Like, you know, I stayed in a place that has a movie theater, it's got miniature golf, it's co-working space. Those might be things that you don't really, you know, use, but, you know, a lot of people use the gym and they use the pool. And so in a lot of these cheaper places, they have a gym, but it's just 2 treadmills, a bicycle. That's the gym.
Right.
So, like I said, the devil's in the details. You can do it, it's possible, but, you know, I wouldn't recommend it. That's, you know, my take on it.
Aiken says this. He says, what is strata 3 or 4 in Barranquilla like?
Well, the largest
Is
one,
it
I
like in
think,
Cali too?
well, I think the largest one is Alameda del Rio, and that's where they put a lot of new construction, Estrado 3 and 4. It's like the largest area of them on the north side. It's called Alameda del Rio. And it's nice. I've stayed there. I've rented places there. I wouldn't live there. Uh, it's nice. It definitely great for investment. But a lot of those buildings have residential policies, so they're not supposed to rent to tourists or short
True.
term rentals like Airbnb. People do it every day, so you got to watch the rules on that. But that's the nice part of Estrado 3 and 4. Another area is Villa Santos. So in Villa Santos, you can get in Estrado 4. It's a really nice area. I used to live there because it's 4 and 5. Those are I say the best. And so what is that like? So the apartments are very small. There are very few 1-bedroom apartments because they're like family places. So they're like mostly 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments, and they have very, very small space, but they're new. So they are newer, but they are safe. There's not a lot of break-ins. There's not a lot of like theft and things like that. They all have security, but because they put so many in one place, the morning traffic and the afternoon traffic is crazy. It's so bad that the city is actually building a bridge so that when people leave this community of apartment buildings, they can go across. It's right next to the major highway. And so
Right.
you can imagine getting in and out of this major highway, especially when people aren't really following the rules. It's very hard to get out of there. I mean, you might spend 15 minutes just going from your house to the main road, trying to get out of there. And the roads are kind of torn up because as these new construction projects are built, more and more people are coming, going up and down that road. They're ordering Ubers, they're ordering food. So the roads are getting kind of messed up. But I would say 3 and 4 is characterized by subdivisions of multiple towers. There's always like 4 towers at least or more, 4 to 6 towers in Estrado. So you got a lot of people, you probably have roaches, and you got a lot of people. So amenities, they do have them, but I already don't like getting in public pools, but when you got 6 towers, get into a public pool and you have to wait. Like they have a basketball court, but with so many people living there, actually noise isn't that big of a problem, but definitely it's just an area where a lot of people are. When you start moving to Estrado 5 and 6, we're talking about 2 towers, maybe 3 or 1
True.
tower. So you can actually get to know your neighbors, the doorman knows who you are, stuff like that. It's not hard to get in and out. Parking spaces are not one space with cars like this. They're next to each other, that sort of thing. And there's more space. So that's why I like it. And there hardly no one there has hot water. Everyone doesn't have air conditioning, things like that. Just little things like
Just
that.
sell it to us. Just sell us throughout a 3 and 4. Just sell it to us.
But if you come to town and you just come to town for the soccer game, you just came in town because you're in Carnival, you're not going to really be in the apartment much. It's great. It's a great place to stay. People are out in the street partying at night. It's great. But
that's
nah,
where
I
we stayed.
live there.
Strata 3 and 4 when we were there. Even though we hung out and checked out north, we stayed in Strata 3 and 4. So just in case you guys are wondering, is a place where you can stay. Really nice people, really nice home. And the cool part was the area that we were in, we were right on the block where they had, because Barranquilla does 2 parades at the same time. They have the Afro-Colombian parade. A lot of people don't know about that, the Black parade. See, they're so used to seeing the large traditional parade that they forget that there's a whole Black community that has their own parade on the other side, but not far away.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Exactly.
Right. So we were there we just so happened to be close enough to that area to where we got a chance to sit down, enjoy with some beers and drinks and enjoy the parade that was over there, as well as go to the main parade.
And that's why I like that parade, because a lot of people just sit out lawn chairs, drink beer and watch it. Whereas the other parade, they got it blocked off. You got to buy tickets to sit on the hot metal stands that have been baking in the heat,
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's hot. It is hot, but yeah, and I like the Afro-Colombian parade in Barranquilla because it feels more community based. You know, you got more kids involved in it. It just
It's not commercialized like
yeah,
the
it
other
doesn't
one,
feel
yeah.
commercial. Good point. It doesn't feel commercialized. Got a couple questions that's coming up for you. What I found is, but let me make a statement real quick. We're only 3 towers. We've got 2 security checkpoints that are all the security guards know us. We've got a we're in a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom. You know what neighborhood we're in, so
Yeah.
I'll sell it to you. You've been around here plenty of times. And we have a parking garage space in the basement, but right outside we have a space. So if you want to park your car outside, or just park it downstairs for the few hours, you can park out front. And if you don't want to use both, you can actually rent one of your parking spaces if you want to rent one. But we decided that we want to keep both ours, so we use that. We got the pool downstairs, and they're always cleaning the pool and doing renovations. Always. No issues with bugs. The hot water is always working. And if we do have an issue with hot water, the maintenance guy, he'll be up like that day, and he'll come up and make sure he'll adjust everything and make sure everything is going smooth. And for two bathroom, 3-bedroom in zone 5-6, we're only paying $620 right now for $625 a month.
That's beautiful.
And like I said, you know our neighborhood, so you've been
that's really beautiful where you guys are at. And Colombia is all about the towers. That's just everywhere. Don't go to Bogota. It's brick city. It reminds me of the projects because they got so many towers. So the tower thing is just how they do apartments in Colombia. I like seeing people on the elevator and having little chit chat and conversations and stuff like that. And it's just different strokes for different folks. I like luxury condo living. That for me, my life is structured around peace, happiness, and fun. And I don't like if there's a bad home environment, it's bad for my peace. When I gotta keep hearing the dogs barking and stuff like that. So I like, and the coast is if you talk to other people in Colombia, they're gonna be like, oh, the coast is so loud. It's the party people and stuff like that. So if you want to make sure that after 11 or 12 that there's not a party, you need to be in 5 or 6.
Yes,
But
that's an excellent point.
If you're okay with there being a party till 2 a.m, you need to live in 3.
2.
Like that. Yeah, well, you want to go
Party
out and join them at the party. If that's your vibe, you actually can, man. Like if you go outside and walk up to a group of people partying, they're gonna welcome you. And
yes, that's true.
Especially if you bring some beers, they're like,
hey, come on, you and the party's gonna go on till 5 or 6.
Yeah, but I don't want to live like that though.
Neither I.
That's cool. So I really like my peace. So it's not that you can't, it's just that why would you want to live there and then discover that, oh, this isn't, I've signed this lease and now I don't really like it. So that's why I like to be in 5 or 6 and, check all my boxes and stuff like that before
I feel more safe and protected. Like when guys sit back and they say, well, there was an explosion in Cali, or that happened in Cali, or this, and I'd be like, dude, that's on the other side of the city. None of that ever happens over here. The other thing which I was about to mention to you before we get to the questions is this. I notice that people work in zone 5 or 6, but then right around 6:30, 7 o'clock, it's quiet as a church mouse over here. Like right now, it is quiet all the way to Chippy Choppy Mall, all the way back, all over. Why? Because people work here, but most of the people that
go
work
back home
in zone 5 or 6 can't afford it. So it, like I say, about 7 o'clock, it is Sunday night quiet on a Wednesday or a Tuesday over on this side. You ever notice that over where you are?
Oh, for sure. If you go to a bar, they call it Barrio Popular.
Mm-hmm.
You go to one of those, man, they just sit the speakers outside the restaurant, you know, and just blast the music. I'm like, I can't take it. So it's just, you know, some people want to immerse in the culture like that. And then I'm like, I want to immerse in the culture and then go back home. So away from it. So that's just me. But everybody's different. I'll tell you a story. I was on the South Side one time where we're saying that it's not so great, not so developed. And just to talk about how happy the people are in Barranquilla, how much they like to party. I was in the South Side. A guy was like, "Hey, man, you know where we are. You don't want to say anything because you know they'll know you're a gringo, this and that." And it was already super hot. Sitting on the porch, drinking, listening to music. The power goes out, so now the street is completely dark. The fans aren't spinning. I'm like, man, this is crazy. I want to get home, but a guy pulls up, no power. Everybody's outside. Opens up his car, crank up the music. Everybody comes out, and then the soup guy comes by, and 90 degrees at night. He's serving soup, and people are buying the soup and drinking beers and listening to music. I'm like, man,
Yes.
these people are some happy people, because if my power went out and I was sweating, I'm not eating soup and dancing in the street. I'm pissed, but that's that coastal mentality, man. It's good for you.
Damn the soup.
That's some damn good soup.
Oh yeah, man. I think that's the payoff of. And I'm like you go to certain areas, have fun, enjoy yourself, like downtown Cali, right? Central Cali.
Yep.
Every weekend is 4,000 or 5,000 people downtown. The party is popping like it's a gigantic outdoor cabaret. So you got 4,000 or 5,000 every weekend. But you will go down there, but you're like, okay, I'm going back home where it's quiet, where I got peace. I can put on my smooth jazz. I got a neighbor, right? I was telling the guys the other day, check this out, Shep. I got a neighbor next door, and his son went to University of Tampa University, right? And so USF. No, wait a minute. USF?
University of Tampa.
No, not University of South Florida. He went to University of South Florida, USF. Yeah, he did. I said University of Tampa, but both schools are there. And so that's how we kind of like hit it off, right? Mm-hmm. And I was wondering why I never see him all the time. And so we were talking the other day, and he said, "Oh, this is my man cave." I said, "What? Come on in, Dre. This is my
nice.
Next door is his man cave." Nice. I walk in there. He got it hooked up. He's a jazz and blue. Now, this is the crazy part. My neighbor, old white Colombian dude, is a jazz and a blues. You thought this dude was born in New Orleans, bro.
How rare is that, man? That's crazy.
Bro, the B.B. King collection was on point. The Duke Ellington. This dude got the crates. Wow. He got the CDs. He got the collection discs where they have like 5 B.B. King albums in one box. Wow. He got all that.
Love that.
He's got a Miles Davis. He's got a Coltrane. You would not know this. You would think he's just a regular Colombian old dude. And you better believe, Shep, I ran right over here to Andrea. He got a man cave. I think that'd be a good idea, huh, baby? That I had me a man cave. And Andrea turned to me, she said, "You know what? That would be a good idea. If you got a 1-bedroom apartment for over here, not too far away, and you took the studio and took it over there, and you had your own man cave. You could make it painted black and make it to the Oakland Raiders and have your giant Silver Surfer statues and all your anime and everything." I was like, you know what? And the bedrooms were set up like regular bedrooms, but the living room was nothing but two comfortable couches. Two comfortable chairs. Idea. And it had his stereo system. He had his headphones. He had his paintings, and he was showing me some new albums that he had because he was just coming to his apartment to drop off some albums. He said, "Yeah, I got some old Cuban jazz albums that I just picked up. And so I was just
that's so rare for Colombia.
but you know what makes it so good? That goes back to what you and I were talking about. When you are in zone 5, 6, you meet people like this.
Yeah.
Another thing, the kids in Cali that go to school in this area, English is mandatory. So these kids are always zone 5,
all bilingual schools, yeah.
always pulling me to the side and just want to talk, just to practice their English. They just want to talk. I got more neighbors in this building of all ages that speak fluent English.
Yeah.
I'll be in the elevator and I'm trying to practice my little Spanish, and they can't wait to practice their Spanish. I mean, their English, and they just start flowing with their English, and I'm like, oh, okay. So when you are in zone 5 or zone 6, there's a
big difference.
I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so adamant and so passionate about guys when it comes to dating women from certain areas, because when you only date women from zone 1, zone 2, or strata 1, strata 2, or maybe 3, and you don't date women from 4, 5, or 6, you're cutting yourself off from women that you can really get to know.
Yeah. And some of those women, you know, for various reasons are really successful. I mean, most of them are families, you know, in the buildings, but some of them are, you know, divorcees and, you know, women that own 2 and 3 properties. You know, one lady was like, yeah, I bought some land, I'm building this. So, yeah.
Yeah, I met a lady a few years ago. She owns, you wouldn't know, you thought she was just somebody auntie. She owns 3 car dealerships down here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
The husband, she does. And so I think, you know, we have country clubs down here. I know you guys probably have golf like we do.
We got country clubs, yeah.
Yeah. So is that environment that you find yourself kind of feeling safer in? So that I think I'm kind of spoiled with my Colombian experience. I can't relate to being in areas where they drug you and when they rob you and when they, you know, it happens in every area, but it's a rarity. You kind of have to purposely put yourself out there. In Cali, on the north side, you basically got to put your cell phone in the middle of the street and just stand there holding it, waiting for somebody to come pick it up.
Even if there's a car accident, you know, I'm in a tower of like, I don't know, when this happened, I was in a tower of like 15 floors, something like that. It was a car accident outside. People pouring out the tower to come downstairs and see what's happening. It's just so rare that something happens in this neighborhood, you know. And man, whenever the football team comes, they're always staying in one of the hotels on the north side. I mean, the police presence is just so strong there. It's just true. People just don't try it. But on the south side, you know, people come on a bus with a gun and take everybody's cell phones. I mean, it's like I'm not, you know, I'm not normally there. If I'm there, there's a mall, Alegre, a new mall that's there, really nice or something like that. But I'm not. Every once in a while, I might have a friend, but not often. What's up, Kobe?
Yo, what's up, man? Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
the man right there, Kobe. Let me get to some, before Kobe introduces himself. Let me get to some of these super chats real quick. Shout out to my brother Andre Lobo himself. Says this. He says, like the stream, guys, share the stream and subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys also subscribe to Andrea Wallace's channel because we're live over there, over on Andrea's channel. He also says this. He say, we like you. Make sure that you like us too. Click that like button. Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Your favorite quote.
Yes, sir. You know, when we like you, you know, when you click that like button, what'll happen?
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. When you click that like button, Oprah coming next. We're establishing this as a place of truth. And Andre Lobo says this. He said, we love you, Andre. Love you, brothers, too. I really do. I kid you not, man. And I don't say that lightly. He said, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Amen. That, brother. I will take that. And he also says this. He says, shout out to the chat room. Chat lives matter. And we got my brother Richie Mack, Zoom to Thailand in the building. Many of us going to be over here. We're going to do our live stream tomorrow, but then many of us content creators are going to be heading over to Richie Mack's tomorrow evening. So you guys are going to meet us over there as well. We're excited about the live stream over there. Shout out to Coach Dre, Shep, as well as the chat. He says, see you guys mañana, tomorrow night. Yes, sir. Now, when it comes to our brother Kobe, talk to me about your experiences with, and I know some of the stuff that you may even reiterate that Shep was saying, but talk to us about why was it on your video you said, I'm considering Barranquilla. Why was it that when most guys say I'm Medellin for life? What was it about Barranquilla that kind of drew your attention?
Yeah, just reiterating a lot of things that Shep said and what I said on the video as well.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started to go, like I said the last time we had the live, I went to Medellin first and was just fell in love with Colombia, right? And then I went to Cartagena after that. But Cartagena, and this was exactly about 3 years ago. I went to Cartagena the first time. And I loved it, and I wanted to move there first, but I kept going back over and over. I think I went there like 8 times in the first year and a half. And as you see how it is now, I just saw the rapid growth of tourists continuing to come to the city.
Right.
And the prices of everything and all the new restaurants, and they're nice, and obviously like everything it's cool. But then I just started to see like, I don't know if I could do this on a regular basis, And I went to Barranquilla, and I went to Barranquilla. Wow, 3 years ago, first time to the carnival, 2023 February, and I just loved it, man. It just and I know you guys were talking about how the carnival, the Afro Latin part, I'd actually never been in that part, closer to the
man,
south.
you'll love it.
I mean, they kind of. I have another story about a girl I was talking to that I was with her on that side briefly, but she was telling me that I should probably go back because it was getting dark. So, yeah, I've always kind of stayed away from the south.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, back in 2023, the carnival, I don't know if it was because it was, what I heard was they didn't have it in 2022 or something like that. Was that true? Or 2021? Yeah. Oh, because the pandemic, right? Yeah. They didn't have any of those guardrails in 2023. When I went, it was crazy. Like, you could just walk on the street. I was walking in the parade, talking to the queen. And I thought that's the way it was always going to be. So I was able to just literally walk with the entire parade, go up to people and talk to them, the dancers, take pictures with them while they were dancing. Like, it was a free for all. They just let everybody in the streets. There was no gates or nothing. So I had a great time. Then I came back the next year and everything was gated up.
Right.
And I didn't understand, like, wait, this is not the same. Why are they blocking this off from walking in the street? But yeah, overall, I saw that it was slower and it was still close enough to Santa Marta and Cartagena for me to get, both kind of in the middle. And of course, like I said in my video, the girls to me seemed like it would be easier to find something that's more long term, because in Cartagena, every time I would meet someone, they always have their own agenda a lot of times. And that's on us too, right? We go there and we also encourage it. I mean, not us specifically, but
yeah, in general,
men that are going. Yeah, overall, the location, the people, it's very Colombian. I think Shep was saying you're gonna find American music, like hip hop music in Cartagena, Medellin, but not Barranquilla. All the clubs are very Colombian. Like it's very, even the girls that I've dated, they're very Colombian. They're not the version of like listening to Cardi B or someone like that.
Right.
They're not into that. So it just attracted me long term, you know. It was close enough to everything on the coast. I felt like it was a lot more family oriented and traditional when it comes to like Colombia. Similar to Cali, but different, you know. It's similar but like different in ways. Because you get that Colombian feel in both cities in a different way. But yeah, that's basically it for me. It was the location, the vibe of the city. And as far as English, it's funny because I haven't been there since last year, but every time I've gone and I go to the mall or the gym or somewhere, I always have someone coming up to me speaking English. It's crazy. A lot of the young people are, I guess it might be mandatory that they have English classes now.
That's cool. Yeah, English classes.
Yeah, that's what they were telling me. Like every time I go to Smart Fit and I'm over there, you know, they'll hear me and come up to me and be like, "Oh, where you from? Where you from?" And and I look at them like, "You can speak English well." Okay. Yeah. And as far as I do feel like there is a upper class there. There are a lot of Colombians there that are doing well. You know, and I feel like it's safe in the north for sure. I never had any issues. Yeah, overall, I mean, there's the heat. That's the only thing. you got to get used to that heat. You know, it's a little. You need that AC. That's the one thing about it. But overall, you know, I think it's a good option. I would say either that or Cali for me personally. Those would be the two competing options, depending on what your because Pookie and Ray Ray haven't made it to either in mass.
Fingers crossed, man, because you know the secret I think is out on Barranquilla. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's
just like
the problem.
you're saying in the chat, man. Like we don't want it to be like that. And I think because it's a slower pace, because of the heat, and because it's less touristic. Like you know, we're talking about hearing the different types of music and stuff like that. I think it'll stay, you know, relatively small. It's getting more tourists, but in terms of people living there, I think, you know, there'll still be some deterrent with that heat.
You think they'll ever open? I feel like all it would take is a hip hop club, like, you know, Delirium in Cartagena.
Yeah, I mean, they used to have Frogs used to play hip hop, but now it's just no real options for it. Which, like I said, might be a good thing. You know, keeps you know.
I love it. I love not having the hip hop club in
Cali, right? And similar to Cali, they don't have the strip. You know, Dre, you're always talking about Cali doesn't have a place where you have a bunch of, you know, pros and like places you can have that type of activity. But Barranquilla doesn't have that. There's no central location like a Parquillera is to no, you know.
Yeah.
So brothers would actually have to do the work, and you got to know a little bit of Spanish. It's not, I mean, yeah, the young people are learning English now, which is true, but it's still very Colombian. It's still, you know, it's
I love that Barranquilla and Cali are so authentic cities when it comes, because you guys know from experience, if you want authentic Colombia, now you got to go to the towns.
Yeah.
Now you got to go to Manizales, you got to go to Pareda, you got to go to Armenia, the smaller cities, the college towns. You got to go to the Guatapés, the El Peñones, the smaller towns, the Salantos, to get true Colombia. But I could easily say this: the last two true Colombian cities, not towns, are Barranquilla. I could say three: Santa Marta, Barranquilla, and Cali. The rest of them are tourist tarnished.
Pereira. I never been.
See,
Pereira.
those are smaller cities. Those are very authentic, very Colombia. Very few tourists. If you're there in their area, they know that. Okay, they can see you're a foreigner from a million miles away, as well as me.
That's a good point, because like someone in the chat was saying, what's the overall difference between the numbers of women mentality and the numbers of Black women overall, you notice? And when you get into the towns like Pereira, Bucaramanga, you know, Villavicencio, Sincelejo, you know, there's not as many Black people. There's not as many Black people, but in Barranquilla you got the numbers because it's the fourth largest city in Colombia. So that puts it a little bit higher in the map. And we talked about, like Kobe was saying, the mentality, because it's not it's not as transactional as a Cartagena or a Medellin, and it's more traditional because there's not this influx of American men where women have had bad experiences, or you know, guys throwing money at the club, or you know, whatever other idiocracy is going on. Yeah. So I think that makes Barranquilla, and there's so many. I mean, you can't get more colors than the coast. Now Cali's got a lot of colors, but
that's
on
because
the coast,
our
you get
coast
all
right
shades.
Buenaventura. So we get all our Black population right off the coast of the port town of Buenaventura, off the Pacific Ocean, to where you guys are like off the Atlantic Ocean. So that's what makes Cali has that you know, we're almost 50%. When we are 40% Black, but we're actually numbered up to 50%. Yeah,
and on the coast you'll see light-skinned people, and they'll say, "Hey, I am Black," because it's such a mix on the coast. You know, I'm like, "No, Black." Like they're like, "Oh, you talking? My grandmother looks just like you." They're like, "What are you talking about?"
That is so funny.
They do that here in Canada.
Oh my gosh, why are they so? Yeah, the last couple girls I talked to in Barranquilla, they were light skinned, and I was always making fun of them. They're like, "No, I black." I'm like, "You're not Black. You know." They like, and I'm just playing, like, just to mess with them, you know. But they're serious about that. They're like, no, I Black, negra. Okay, is it that serious?
Yeah, but because a lot of people don't realize this, and I mentioned this the other day. I came across this. Out of all countries of Blacks that were, if you were not born on the 54 countries among the 54 countries of Africa, the country with the purest DNA of Black from Africa is Colombian. Afro-Colombians are 65 to 85% pure African.
Wow.
Nobody's number is that high as far as DNA. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. I was like, wow, I did not know that. I was just doing some homework and came across that stat. And yes, Afro-Colombian. And you could tell from the recipes to the dance to they still use a lot of African instruments in their music, especially where you're from in Barranquilla. I mean, they use a lot of wooden instruments in Barranquilla that are straight from Africa. And the dressing, the attire, the behavior patterns are not just European. Like, I'll give a perfect example. African Americans remind you of African Americans. They remind you of Americans.
Yeah.
Afro-Colombians remind you of Colombia, but they really hold strong to their African roots, colors, words, languages.
Yes, the clothes very similar.
Religions, a lot of the religions
a little different because, like, you know, in Cali you got Hamon, You know,
True.
you got all these little, you know, we have Malambo. Somebody was asking in the chat, like, where is there a concentration of black people? And we have a part of Barranquilla that's all like people from Palenque. But you know, they're kind of out of the way. They're not on the far north side. And somebody was asking about golf courses, and just to throw that in real quick, we do have golf courses in Barranquilla, but the nicest golf course is the club. You have to be invited by a member for that one, so you'd be better off going towards Cartagena to play golf. And in terms of the culture, I've only noticed this in 2 cities where I go to a disco or a party, and like in both cases they were women. They just go in their purse and they just pull out an instrument right there in the club and just start playing the instrument. I'd be like, yo, only in Cali
That's crazy.
and Barranquilla have I ever seen this. Like, it's just crazy.
They will pull out an instrument in a minute at the club, even though the DJ is playing his music. All of a sudden, you got somebody playing an instrument. And I kid you not, they play. I'll be in a club. This happened to me a couple times. I've been in a club enjoying myself, and somebody will hand me their cowbell. They'll be playing their cowbell, and then they'll just hand me the cowbell to start playing. I kid you.
Wow. That's so wow. I mean, it's so Colombian, but it's like, wow, man. I need to get my black culture up. I can't just break out any instrument and play to any song like they can.
No, right? You know? And then what I love also about Colombia, and you guys probably can attest to this, and maybe more in Cali, I love that I'm discovering that about a good 40% of the salsa music that I thought, and the cumbia singers that I thought were white, are actually black. I did not know it was this many black people that were Cubans and Colombians and Puerto Ricans singing all this salsa music. I'm thinking it's the white Latins that were singing all this music. And then when you see the video or look at the album, you're like, wait a minute, this is a brother that's singing these songs?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's just like that Joy Arroyo statue. There's one in Cartagena, but there's a huge one in Barranquilla. You would never know, like he's from Barranquilla. And another thing that's really crazy to me in Colombia is that there are no black artists that sing ranchero, not one, or mariachi. But the African American scene, I mean the Afro-Colombian scene here, they love it. They love that music. I mean, they also love, you know, black Latin music, but man, they love that music. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? But that tradition, you know, they're very traditional. That music that was introduced here from Mexico, they love it. Absolutely love it here. And the history, if you study the history of African descent here in Colombia, it's such an interesting thing. You know, whether you're looking at Buenaventura or Tumaco, or you're going up to Palenque, it's just it's so different from the United States. So different from the United States.
And then right off the coast of Colombia, I forget the name of the island, which is considered the most.
Andres.
No, not San Andreas. I love San Andreas. There's another island that's the most dense location in the world, where houses are like you got to walk through somebody's house to get to your house. It's the
wow!
It's an island off the coast of I believe Cartagena. I know it's off the coast of Colombia, and it is literally a island that is so dense with people. It is literally just house connected to house. The whole island is just house connected to houses, connected to houses. It's the only place in the world that's like that. And it's an island of black folks.
What?
It's an island of black folks.
What's it called? You know
the name of it. Ace.
I have to Google that.
I've never heard of that.
A couple of white dudes went there. Ace went there when he went the first time he went to Cartagena. He actually stayed on because there is one island in Cartagena is like one house, and the whole island is the house. But then not far from there, they take you on a trip to this island that is the most dense
Densely
location
populated.
on the planet, and
Wow.
it is an island of black folks. Absolutely, I gotta find out the name of it. And they do tours there, boat tours there all the time. Because they were asking. I was watching a video of it a couple months ago too, and they were like, "What do you do for schooling?" Well, the kids go to maybe like the Cartagena somewhere, and they go to school there, and then they'll bring the kids back at a certain time. But yeah, I kid you not, man. I know one brother had a question for all of them, or a statement. Here we go. I know Kobe can answer this one. He said, "Dre, I'm gonna say Kobe. Kobe, I'm just starting to correspond with an Afro-Latina." Yeah, okay, Kobe. That's why I put it on you. She just hit me up. Is this an immediate? The key word is immediate. Shake down, break down.
Chris by the Latina from Cartagena.
Everybody
Hit me up
wants
for $50.
That's where it
my
began.
goodness. Wow.
That transactional culture.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that's definitely yeah.
Shout out to my Pistons.
Goodness gracious. He probably didn't even meet her yet.
Probably didn't even meet her. Probably met her online, and she hitting him up for the 50 ball.
I know, but that's kind of high for the. You know what I mean? They normally buddy you up with the $20, the $15, $20. I mean, she just went straight to the 50.
They teaching them in Cartagena to swing for the fences now. Swing for the fences, girl.
Yeah.
If he says no to $10, okay, cool. If he says no to 50 or 100, okay, cool. But if he says yes to 10 and you could have got 100, might as well go for the 100.
Yeah.
And then drop down to 10.
Hey, don't send it, man. Don't send it, because
don't send that money to that woman, man.
It'll never stop, man. You just
for real. You might as well go ahead and cut her off right about now. There are plenty other ones. I'm gonna tell you guys something that I did. Maybe some of you guys can attest to this. Let me know. At that time period, I'm pre-gaming, so I'm hitting up chicks online for marriage. This 2016, I'm hitting up chicks online through Colombian Cupid, Latin Cupid, right? They were around back then, just starting. And so, and Colombia had plenty of fish. So I'm hitting them up on plenty of fish. Oh yeah, they still got POF here.
They still got POF, yeah.
Yep. And so I'm hitting them up on POF. I'm pre-gaming. I'm getting them all set up. Is it just me? When I got off that plane, I ain't had time for none of them. I was meeting so many regular women on my own back at that time in Medellin. I didn't even have no time for all these women that I have been pre-gaming for. So my point in saying that, and I want to hear what you guys have to say. My point in saying that is this. Sometimes you think that you need to pre-game to have somebody waiting for you when you get off the plane. I'm here to tell you about my experience and a couple other dudes I talked to. You meet so many people once you land here. The people who you wanted to hang out with, or you thought that you want to hang out with through your pregame, and I got her number, and she gonna be waiting for me at the airport. Dude, you don't have no time for none of them. Let me hear what you guys have to say.
Yeah. I was responding in the chat.
Okay.
You see what I said? Yeah. No, I agree. I think I'll say this much. I definitely think, because Medellin, I think it was easier back in the day for sure. Just because it wasn't as saturated and you didn't have obviously all of these tourists and just guys coming out there for one reason or another. But yeah, overall, yeah, you could definitely still meet people in person, man. When you go out, just that's what I do. Just talk to them wherever you're at, wherever it is, the mall, wherever you are, park, anywhere, you know. Just out. People are always walking in Colombia outside. Yeah. The gym. Yeah. I think and people are very friendly. You know, I've never really had any issues conversating. And even it's not like the US, man. I don't think I've ever gotten turned down in a rude way. I don't think I've ever. No. So even if a girl didn't give me her number or anything, like, it wasn't rude. Yeah. So I agree. In general, you are going to have a lot of opportunities to meet girls, to talk to people, to just network, and that's the way you want it to be, anyways. Because the apps these days are a jungle, to say the least.
That's true. I like what
Yeah.
like Nubian just said. He said every time I come to Cali, and I'm just using Ben and Kia as an example as well.
Mm-hmm.
He said every new person I meet is always trying to introduce me to their friend, to their cousin.
Yeah.
Bruh,
Yeah.
man, I go through that. You are not lying. And I didn't believe it when I first heard about it. I want to hear what you have to say about this particular statement, Shep, in a second.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it. I have saw a YouTube video, and a guy asked. It was I Am Marwar, actually, and he asked some younger people, because I Am Marwar worked in a school, so he was at a college down the street in Bogota, and he was asking the individuals, how do you meet people as a foreigner in Colombia? And they were saying that everything is by network. Everybody met somebody through somebody through somebody through somebody. And I was like, what? That don't make any sense. I'm gonna get on the apps. I'm gonna get on Colombian Cupid. That doesn't make any sense to me. Now that I live here, it makes 1,000% sense to me, because he's right. Everybody is always trying to introduce you to somebody. The taxi driver, the person in church,
the doorman.
I dropped off a brother at the hotel, right, in by Chippy Chape. Cool ex-military brother. He used to speak every day to the attractive female security guard, just saying, hey, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. And he'd leave, go about his business. He was here for about a week. So I go to pick him up to take him back to the airport. All of a sudden, this other security guard big dude come out there. No smile, no nothing. You can tell he's ex-military, but he's working security. And he walks up to the side of the car. We're thinking like, okay, maybe he forgot something in his hotel room, or he forgot to pay on a bill. He walks up to us, look, I roll the window down, and he look at my boy, reach out to him, hand him the female security guard phone. Now, this is the boss. This is her boss. Hands him the security guard phone number, tells him, she said, make sure you call her and text her when you land. And he just turned around and walked away. I got another partner. He was hollering at a chick in a pharmacy. She said, I'm not going to be here at work tomorrow. She said, but if you come in, I'm going to leave my information with my boss. He came. I was there. I was the one that drove him back to the pharmacy. He said, Drake, can you do me a favor? Pull it to the pharmacy over there for a second. And so he explained it to me after he went in. She left her phone number and her information, Instagram and everything, with her boss to give to him. It's always somebody connecting somebody with somebody when it comes to relationships. So it's not like the States where it's us four no more. Shep, I want to hear what you have to say about this.
Man, that is so true. When you only go on dating apps, you're limiting yourself to the type of females that you have access to, because it takes a certain type of mindset for someone to get on a website and just date strangers that they've never met before in a very traditional society. But if you come to Colombia, you just have an upbeat, friendly, attitude and a smile. Holla at Dre's person, if you want that perfect smile. He's got the best dentist, but you just have to have a smile. What really shocks me is that, I'm up here trying to talk to women in Spanish, and I'll have, someone come visit Barranquilla from the States, and they're just, we're at the mall and we're talking English, and someone will hear us and they'll look at us, and here's my friend, he's like, hey, he uses that translator, man. Or you can get the earbuds, to translate when you guys go out to eat. But even if they don't want to go out with you, especially an older person, they'll be like, "Hey, I have a niece who speaks English," or "Hey, I have a cousin that used to live in the States, and you want to talk to her," or something like that. People are always trying to hook you up with something. So as long as you got a smile and you're friendly, someone's gonna notice that and try to connect you with someone that like speaks English or has a cousin in the States or something like that might want to go out with you. So, and I think the best places are the grocery stores. Now you cannot underestimate the power of Carullo. It's way better than Éxito or Jumbo. And like Kobe said, at the gym, and the mall the mall is great because people feel comfortable in the mall versus on the street. They're just like, hey, they're clutching their purse, their cell phone. What do you want? But in the mall, it's more relaxed. There's security and stuff like that. But of course, not a lot of people go to the mall here by themselves. So you really have to, be comfortable. But like Kobe said, and Dre and I were talking about earlier, people don't crush your, you might get a woman that won't respond, but that's about as there's no confrontation. There's no, get out of here. Don't talk to me. Everybody's polite. No, I'm sorry. I have a boyfriend. Everybody's really cool about it. So you just have to have that thing. So a lot of guys actually will hit me up and ask me what I'm doing, if I can come meet them, because they just want a wingman, to see how it goes, be comfortable with it, or they want me to translate or something like that. But someone's definitely, especially at restaurants, if you go to a restaurant, you're talking, oh, where are you from? These states, they'll be like, hey, and you ask them, hey, do you know anyone that's looking for to date someone? They're like, I do. Hold on a second. I'm going to go text them. They show you the picture. It's very much a who you know kind of culture. It's really cool.
That is so true. And it just for safety for everybody, for you and the people and the person who you might be getting to know. Yeah. My brother AMSM says this. Shout out to AMSM in the building. We're going to get back to the video too. He said, Andre, what dating app to use in America to look up or put myself on the market for women in Colombia? I kid you not. We were just breaking it down that you really don't need to. You can use the dating app to see what Colombianas are about. Me, this is just Andre. I kid you not. If you use dating apps before Andre, way before Andre, I did. Shoot, man, listen, I was running through dating apps in the States. I was destroyed, bruh. So I was using dating apps years before even thinking about coming to Colombia. But the key part is, I kid you not, and I've seen this happen not only to me, but a couple of guys. You meet females on the app. You think that you really are interested in her. You get here to Colombia, and you really get to meeting women that either look like her or have you. In other words, you start to see that you have more options, and you really realize, man, did I pull the trigger too fast on the dating app girl? Because I could have just came down here and met. Am I right, Shep?
Absolutely. I mean, guys are different. Some guys are really, kind of shy or timid, or the language barrier really concerns them. They don't know once they get down here. If you smile, no one cares. If a woman likes you, you don't need any Spanish. If she likes you, it's good if you can, and you do need to learn some. But some guys are more comfortable on the dating apps. They want to play the numbers game. But if you go on a dating app, I would just say you definitely need to have, and some guys are only going to be here for 5 days, so they don't want to take the chance they get here and strike out. Mm-hmm. If you're going to get on a dating app, start with Colombian Cupid, paid for app, cuts out a lot of BS, but make sure you have a filtering system. Just have a filtering system. One of the things I am use for myself and other people is, anyone that asks you for money in the first 90 days is a no. It's a no-go. I mean, if they can't manage themselves, their finances, and they have this rude mindset that, hey, you got it, you know what I'm saying? Give it to me. I need it, you got it, give it to me. It's not normal for the culture. Normally you have to, if the lady, the lady came to clean my house one time, I pay her 60 mil. A lot of times I give her 80 mil. And I wasn't feeling well. I kind of had like a flu thing and I didn't want to hear her banging around, cleaning stuff. I normally leave and go to the gym when she cleans. So I said, no, you go ahead. I paid her the money and said, no, you go ahead. Man, this lady wouldn't leave. She was like, look, you can keep the money. I'm not taking, in the States, if your boss said, I'm gonna pay you for today, but you don't have to come in and work, you like, that's a blessing. I'm out. This lady, I had to beg her. I'm like, no, take the money now. She's like, no, if I'm not gonna do the work now, I'm not gonna take the money now. I'm like, take the money. A lot of Colombians, even like women that you date, I'm like, let me pay for your Uber. And they're like, no, that's okay. I'm like, it's a culture where you have to offer 2 or 3 times to convince them or put the money in their purse. So when you meet someone and they're like, hey, you got $50, you already know this is not the right mindset. It's not a relationship mindset. It's a transactional mindset. And some men want that, but yeah, the dating apps, you're going to find more transactional people, more transactional women than if you have that energy or you get with, hook up with a brother that's in Colombia, y'all go out and they can help you. But if you have that energy to approach people, of course, like Dre was saying, you're not going to be 10 out of 10 unless you're like Adonis, or something, you got the chiseled chin and the perfect teeth,
right,
or something like that. But you will get 2 out of 10 or something like that. It's just who you are, just off the strength of how you're dressing. You're smiling, you're giving this person this attention. They feel honored, and happy that you're talking to them. They'd like to know what it's like to go out with an American guy and stuff like that. You're gonna win. It's just a matter of having that energy to go out there and do that. Some guys are lazy, some guys are shy or not certain. And so you want to stay away from Tinder if at all possible. And I would say the second app is probably Bumble. But again, any of the apps will have more women who are transactional than meeting women in person. I used to think the apps were better because I could see how many kids they have up, and stuff like that. But man, people are not telling the truth on the app, so they're leaving it blank. It's like you're not going to be able to filter down, just by getting on the app. And in person, you can judge like the person's facial expression and stuff when you ask them if they have a boyfriend or something like that. Versus on the app, when they type no, you gotta take their word for it. But it's definitely better in person. And there's so many ways to meet people. You just gotta have that energy and that smile. And the rest is you said.
And that smile.
Yeah.
And that smile.
Especially
and teeth taken care of. This Colombia, brother.
Especially in Barranquilla.
Yeah, man. The dentist.
The money that y'all gonna spend on them chicks, you better get your mouth right when you get down here. At least get it clean.
He already sent us $50. So.
All right.
Yo, you better get your money back, man. I know she sent you the picture of her sick abuela.
I think one of the things that a lot of guys take for granted is how serious Colombians are about that teeth, because they always, you're smiling.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
I've been seeing some dudes come down here, pocket full of money, but yuck mouth, and they wonder why they got to keep on paying, because you got a yuck mouth.
This is true.
Your smile, the way you dress, and the way you smell.
Yeah. Long game.
You don't have to have any jewelry, no gold, no watches, no fancy shoes or anything like that. You don't have to throw any cash around. But if you go up to someone, you smile, you're very friendly, you have this energy, they want to know more about that. They want more of that, even if you have to talk with a translator. So
true.
Yeah.
True. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Good point. Let's go back to the video for a few moments, guys. We were on the part because there are 5 segments, but the video portion is only 15 minutes long, but we've kind of like been breaking it up. So I want to say thank you guys
for a lot of questions too.
I know, right? for all the
Yeah.
information that you share, guys. We're going to get back to the questions and make sure that we get. If we missed a question, you guys might want to put it in the super chat because you guys got so much that you're asking. We want to make sure that we get to everybody. So I'm going to try to get to everybody in the comments as well. Let me go back here. That's not bad for unfurnished. Let me bring that back.
Right.
Yeah, how
That
much?
is not bad. That's let's go back to the size of it.
Oh, okay, 25. Okay.
That's not bad so far.
Mhm.
That's only about 6 something.
650, something like
Yeah,
that.
that's only 6 for unfurnished. That ain't bad.
Yeah.
Bedroom.
If you have 35,000 deals
Let me go back here. I translated so you guys can see that. Okay, for $922 a month. Let's see what you get.
in pesos, you can take this apartment located in the
And
Biomar
it's furnished.
sector, fully furnished, and if you want to furnish it, only for 3,000
Nice neighborhood.
pesos. This apartment is located in the Biomar sector with an average of 73 M2, is located on the 3rd floor without elevator. The apartment currently functions as an Airbnb on short rentals, so its productivity is very effective. It has an equipped kitchen, dining room. The apartment features a bedroom, 2 additional rooms, one being the master with an ensuite, and a shared bathroom. If you're seeing this video, it's because this place is perfect for you. Leave a comment below and request more details from me, David.
So what do you think for 900 furnished?
I think it's what he said. Did you hear him say it's on the 3rd floor with no elevator?
Yeah.
Yeah, we lived on.
That's common. You know, if it's not more than 5 floors, there's no elevator.
True.
And when you're on the 3rd floor, you're going to get more street noise because, you know, the windows are very thin here. It's not like not a lot of places have double or triple pane glass.
True.
So that's a very, very doable price. And it seems like a large space for $950, $925. That's a good price.
You know what neighborhood that was?
Trusted real estate.
No, I tried to listen. He said it, but I don't recognize that.
I'll bring it back.
9, that's gotta be like
on the
a
3rd
5.
floor without elevator. The
Or
apartment currently
6.
functions as an Airbnb.
Yeah, there you go. Now this we got Mario Team. That's another place.
Wow.
This is nice.
If you have 35,000 DOS pesos, you can take this apartment located in the Biomar sector, full.
Viamar. No, Viamar. I'm not familiar with it.
Biomar.
Fully furnished, and if you want to furnish it, only for 3,000 pesos. This apartment is located in the Biomar sector with an average of 73 M2, is located on the 3rd floor without elevator. The apartment currently functions as an Airbnb on short rentals, so its productivity is very effective. It has an equipped kitchen, dining room. The apartment features a bedroom, 2 additional rooms, one being the master with an ensuite, and a shared bathroom.
Okay, I saw a fan in the living room, but I just saw an AC in the bedroom.
If you're seeing this video, it's because this place is perfect for you. Leave a comment below and request more details from me, David Marimon, your trusted real estate advisor.
Linda, could you explain the exact cost of your expensive monthly apartment in detail?
It is at $2,000.
Okay, this one right here is, I took the description of what she said, and it is only $580 a month.
200,000 pesos, administration included.
What she said, it was 220,000 pesos. So I looked up the current currency exchange, and it turned out to be 580.
With all the amenities that I already showed you.
We are in the Alameda del Rio, but not.
That's the neighborhood I was saying earlier.
Nice area.
Yeah, with the 3 and 4, and the other one was in Meyer King, which is another Estrado 4. They might have 1 or 2 5s over there as well.
So what strata would this be?
This is definitely 3 or 4. All of Alameda del Rio is 3 or 4.
Oh, you did say
Yeah.
it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Not in any set. We are in Esmeralda, one of our most spacious apartments or nice finishes, and the best excellent location near the main exit of Alameda del Rio, and also excellent common areas.
It's really important to
On
be
this
near that
side,
main exit because of that traffic I was telling you about.
True.
we have a gym equipped for, but we have a fully equipped gym, which is to say it is spectacular. We find ourselves here with a super kitchen. Additionally, we have Olympic facilities, modern gyms, and other amenities right here.
They will have hot water there, right, Chef?
I didn't when she showed the kitchen. I didn't see it. I didn't see the hot. Normally, it's right above the washing machine or opposite.
Ours is it's by the washing machine. Let's go back.
Can you just put it in or no?
Usually is.
Sometimes the owner will put it in for you.
Yeah.
On this side, we have
I mean,
a gym
shoot, I
equipped
probably
for,
would do
but
that,
we
man.
have a
I just need some
fully
hot water.
equipped Gym, which is to say it is spectacular.
AC,
we
I'm
find
good.
ourselves here with a super kitchen.
You go up to the washing machine. Our hot water tank's supposed to be sitting right there on the wall.
Yeah. Redwood, they have hot water. A lot of places over there don't have hot water.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about Barranquilla tonight. Yeah, so that hot water, if that wall is blank like that, that hot water tank is normally sitting right there, right next to that washing machine in that wall, where that white wall is behind her.
Telling you, the devil's in the details. So many people see a good deal online, and it's like I gotta crush their hopes. They're like, "What do you think about this?" I'm like, asking these questions, and sometimes they don't rent to foreigners, or sometimes they have a guest policy.
You said $3K a month? Wouldn't that be a
too much?
Oh, what? $3K a month? It's like a penthouse.
$3,000 a month is the monthly budget. That's for everything.
That's
but
everything.
Everything.
That's a
you can definitely get a very nice apartment for $1,500 a month. You get an excellent apartment for $2,000 a month. You get the best of the best of the best. Like Kobe's saying, penthouse, whole floor, private elevator, stuff like that. $3,000 a month. I don't even know. Like I guess you renting the whole house. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a mansion.
Got the whole floor. I don't know.
My brother AMSM says this to us real quick before we finish off what she's showing. He says this. He said, Andre, I pay $2,300. It's about $2,300 a month for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in Kennesaw, Georgia. Furniture and utilities were not included, or were included. Okay, were included. He say, I know that I can get this for a lot cheaper in Colombia. A lot cheaper. Yeah, 3,000 is like you might as well. In my mind,
you might as well buy something.
You might as well buy or get a whole house. I mean, a nice Strata 6 house,
private community.
You got a personal driver on call.
Or you might as well just stay in the States if you can pay that for Colombia.
Yeah, you get 2 staff for that.
Yeah, that's just it's kind of funny to be in countries where now numbers that we kind of take for granted in the States, you can look at it as you're overpaying, you're paying too much, you're considering too much. I give you a perfect example. I'm glad that you AMSM. I'm glad that you brought this up. I'm coming to Colombia. I'm coming to Cali like all my trips, and then I meet Andrea, right? After I leave Medellin. I'm at my Airbnb host. I'm looking for an apartment. He tells me, don't go on the west side. He said, that's Strata 6. He said, but you ain't got no car. I'm like, man, I'm good. So here I go being hard-headed. I'm going to look at apartments in Strata 6. Andrea warns me and my Airbnb host warns me. He's from the States. But I'm ornery. So I want, because this is what I was thinking. I was already paying at that time period in 2016 in the suburbs of Tampa. I was already paying almost $1,800 a month for a 1-bedroom in Tampa. because of the area that I was in. But I was in the upper middle class area.
Yeah.
And so I said, okay, my budget $1,800. I get a spot. It's 5 bed. Do you thought Scarface was living here? 5 bedrooms. I'm looking over the city of Cali like I'm a czar, like I'm a king.
You made it.
I mean, I made it, right? I made it to the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL at the same time. This is how I'm feeling. I mean, beautiful. Private elevator all the way down. My private elevator takes me to the gym, the whole thing. Swimming pool on top, right? Andrea said, that's nice. It's really beautiful. And we had just been dating like a month at that time period. And she said, I got one question for you. How you gonna get down the hill? Because it was sitting on top it was sitting looking down, but it was on top. She said, Andre, like the Airbnb host said, you don't own a car. And I remember how long it took the taxi to get us up the hill. I was like, just to get to a street, I would have had to walk 15 minutes in Cali heat downhill just to get to a street where there are no gyms, no grocery stores, no. In other words, I was overpricing myself. Then Andrea said, I'm about to introduce you to Cali North. And that's how I found out about the Chippy Choppe area, Granada. I found out about La Flower area that we're in. I found out about all these areas. Once I realized that even though you've got the money to pay, an example, $3,000 a month, that doesn't mean that $3,000 a month spot would be a bang for your buck. Because those type of spots, and I bet you it was like that in Barranquilla, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Those type of spots, you gotta have a car.
You don't want
you ain't just
a lot of guys
spots.
They want the best of the best of the best of the best of the best. And I get that. You know, you didn't come to a developing country in order to live less than you were living in the United States or the same. You want to live better because your money goes farther. But there are other factors to consider. You can't just look at a map and say, okay, where's the straddle says, you know, because you got to consider how your lifestyle. You know, some places you can't get an Uber. It's just too far out. You know, nobody's driving, or you got to wait 30 minutes to get an Uber. The app is just searching and searching. True. So, you know, you got to take other things into consideration, not just the best of the best of the best search. It's not going to work that way.
And that's why I told my story. I had to simmer down, son, simmer down.
You didn't actually move in, did you? Or you were just looking at it?
No. I was at that time I was looking. And Andrea was looking, and Andrea had been telling me, and the host was telling me, but I'm determined that I want to see what I want to see. And Andrea said, okay, hey, he's going to give you a chance to see the city anyway. And so I'm going to all these, in every spot that we went to, very beautiful, very nice, state-of-the-art gym, state-of-the-art swimming pool. But every one of them, because they were zone 6 and they were gated, they all required a vehicle. And one of the first things they showed me was, you'll be parking your car right here. Even before they showed me the apartment, they were showing me a parking area. They assumed that if you're gonna be here, bro, you got a car, right? And I'm looking, no, I don't have no car. I don't have no car. Well, you ain't living in this area because
your U.S. license,
5-minute drive, 10-minute drive.
And you tell the story about how you got your license all the time. You know, your U.S. license is only good for 6 months.
That's it.
While you're here. So even if you get a car,
I got a ticket from her.
You know, you're not legally, you're not supposed to even register a car without a foreign cedula. You know, cedula de extranjero. So it's complicated, man. You know, a lot of brothers come here and they're like, oh, they see something online, but that's the price to rent it for a year. You can't be here a year, you know, so it all looks good until you got to buy furniture. Okay, what are you gonna do with that furniture after 6 months? So it's more complicated.
Especially if you want to go to.
Somebody was asking in the chat, and I am saying that Barranquilla is a lot easier than Bogota or Medellin, because they don't expect you to have a Fiador. They just want to see your banking records. You pay a deposit and you're good to go. For 3 months, 6 months, whatever you need. So because
and for those that don't know what the Theodore is, I know. I want you to and Kobe knows. I want you to describe to guys what is that.
it's basically like a cosigner, but it has to be a Colombian who makes 3 times more than the rent.
Correct.
So it's not like, oh, well, my Uber driver said he was signed. That's nice, but he doesn't make 3 times Estrato 6 prices, so he's not eligible to be your cosigner. And some places require 2 cosigners. So it's that's one of the good things about the coast. It's like they're doing coastal business. It's like coastal time. Like if they say they're gonna be there at 4, that could mean 6 o'clock.
Right.
So, but it works in your favor when it comes to contracts like that. Oh yeah.
True.
I feel you, because those hills in Poblado, I don't know how people. It's not walkable. It's not. I mean, Barranquilla is really flat, so it's very walkable.
And just to piggyback off of what you were saying about your cosigner in certain cities has to make 3 times as much or be bringing that much in, not the amount of rent, but 3 times the amount of rent to be your cosigner. Cali is like that. This goes back to what I'm always talking about. It's all in the family. A lot of guys want to get a hot chick. She is sweet. She is nice. Her career is great. But she comes from a family that, ain't doing so good.
Right.
And so when I sit back and I say, when I vetted, I didn't just vet Andrea, I vetted all the family. How many wives are in this family? How many husbands are in this family? How many people going to work in this family? When I'm doing this, it means mom's side and dad's side. And when we needed the cosigner that was making 3 times as much as our rent, it was possible because it was already people making that type of money in the family. Some of y'all can't use your girl family as a co-worker, as a cosigner.
Cosigner, yeah.
For nothing. Because you dating chicks, but she come from a broke family, even though she good. I'm telling y'all, one of the things that you're going to need from Colombian women is not just her, but her network. I kid you not, man. The doors that Andrea's family has opened up and the connections. We just, every when you get a new car, and I'm going to correct myself, Will, in regards to this. If a person has a used car, I don't care if it's a year old in Colombia, and you purchased a used car, you have to get it inspected every year.
If it's 5 years or more older.
Right. Correct. Our vehicle since we got it in 2020, it crossed just recently the 5-year, because we got it late 2020, is recently crossed the 5-year mark for inspection, which was this month. So we had to get inspected. Now, past the 5 years, it has to be inspected every year. So every year inspection. Well, since Andrea's brother at one point in time was one of the head mechanics for Chevy at the dealership where we purchased our vehicle, he's got all these connections. They not only hooked us up on the price of the inspection, they went through and made sure that in the last 5 years, all the recalls on our vehicle that we didn't even know about, global recalls. Oh, there's a recall for this, recall for that, recall for recalls are free. They did everything free, and the inspection, which you have to pay for, but they did that for free. They also did all the recalls for free, and we would hook the dude up. Here's 100,000 pesos. Thank you very much, brother. Something that really should have technically cost with the labor should have technically cost like 800, 900,000 pesos, if not $1 million, because of the inspection costs. And we needed at that time period because we were having the transmission was kind of like jerking for a minute, and I knew that it just needed the TCM reset. You know, the transmission has its own computer, so it just needs to be reset. Did that for free. All that comes from getting in relationships with women that got families that got connections. But when you dealing with
my cousin's a dentist, my uncle's a
saying?
dentist.
Yeah, man, that's good.
Dude,
Yeah, that's
And just looking at their minimum salary.
our dentist, check it out. That's a good point. Our dentist, we got this dentist that we've been using for the last 8 years, and we've been part of their advertising team. Andrea introduced her aunt was going there. She said, I got a dentist for you. Introduced our dentist. We hit it off. She find out, we told her about our channel. It's blowing up. Guys coming down and they start going to her. $7,000 to $10,000 worth of dentistry. Free. I've got, if this was my mouth, if my mouth was done in the States, it would have been 40,000.
Yeah.
I've got all the way across, all this done. I've gotten the root canals. I've got the crowns free. How? Our auntie to the dentist knew about us as far as content creating. She to this day, when we get our veneers clean, nothing. We get a chip, nothing.
Man, that's beautiful.
All this comes from, it's all in the family. If I had just got with a pretty face in Colombia and she was nice and she could cook for me, but she came from a family that had no network, no connections, a lot of stuff that me and Andre have gotten through the network wouldn't have occurred because the network would have been there. So guys, I'm telling you guys, it's easy to find beauty in softness in Colombia. It's not easy to find a woman that comes from a family of network. So make sure you get with somebody that does have those qualifications you're looking for, but also somebody that has network. We got realtors that are waiting for us to buy property. We've got people that say, hey, if you ever want to sell that truck, we'll give you this amount for it. We can sell our truck today, buy another truck, and buy another vehicle. Because of the price of used cars has escalated over the last since the pandemic. All these opportunities, all these connections are made by way of network. I kid you not, guys. It's when I say in my book, I say it's all in the family. It is literally everything that you'll need from a Colombian family is right there. Andrea's family was the one that introduced us to Sura, the medical here. We pay 100 a piece. We pay 100 for her, 100 for me. If we have 20 kids, our payment is still 100 a piece. Our copay is $1.67 every time I go to the doctor's office. So we got a file that thick.
Come on, man. Is that a real number?
Again, kid you not.
Oh,
Kid you not. Like I said, I've had 2 surgeries. The surgeries are zero. I have MetLife insurance here. I've got insurance in the States, but I have MetLife insurance that anything happens to me, Andrea gets a payment every month, not just a lump sum. She gets a payment every month for the rest of her days. Guess who was our MetLife agent? Her cousin. Her cousin was an executive for MetLife, and she introduced us and we got the top of the line. So if anything ever happens to us in any country, it covers any of our medical expenses in any country. It's all in the families, dog.
Shout out to Andrea's cousin. She was like, look, if something happened to him, I want to make sure my cousin get paid. So
right.
That's what's up, man.
I got paid. We did the whole life. We did the whole the whole life insurance instead of the I forget the other one. You have whole life and you have hey guys, what the other form of insurance? Term life insurance.
Yeah.
And so what's the average person gets? But whole life, they take a portion of it and they put it in the stock market. So now we have a portion of our money going into the stock market from her insurance and my insurance, and I'm looking like, what? How much we got? So if at any point in time we want to say, I want to take out a certain amount of money out of my investments from my insurance, my medical, I'm not medical insurance, but life insurance policy, we can. Also, to help me build my credit as well as build a stronger relationship with the banks here in Colombia. I didn't know this. One of the ways you build a stronger relationship is with at least Bank of Colombia. You get a life insurance policy for $35 through them. So now I got life insurance policy in the States. I got a life insurance policy through MetLife, and I got a Bank of Colombia life insurance policy. In Colombia is like this. If you want to take out any type of loan, you have to first have a life insurance policy, because if anything ever happens to you, that policy will help cover the loan to keep the burden off of your loved ones to pay back your loan.
Yeah. Wow.
All of this because I made sure that I wasn't looking for Miss Super Diva. I was looking for somebody that was coming from a family that could help me be established in this country as well. So the network to me is just as important as the woman that I have on my side as well.
Wow. Very wise choice. Man.
Yeah, man.
I know she got connections for everything.
I kid you not. All of it. Everything from land. Andre and them just built their family built a finca outside of Medellin. So when it's time for us to purchase land and build a finca villa, for those that don't know what a finca is, it's a villa or vacation home on the land. We already know what to do. Right outside of Medellin. And so it's just so many connections, man. Let's go back to the video though. Why you're here? Unless there's a question that you see that you want to answer.
No, I'll look through it while we play the video.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the video, gentlemen.
Additionally, we have Olympic facilities, modern gyms, and other amenities right here.
I'm like you, Shep. I don't like too many towers around me. I don't like. Give me a complex with like ours is 3 towers. I can handle 3 towers. But like you said, if you look behind her, you got 6, 7, 8 towers. Make you feel like you're living in the projects.
Exactly.
Well, that's a great point. Dang. I definitely stayed there in the Airbnb in that area.
Right. I can do an Airbnb.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
These are not simple 1 or 2 bedroom layouts. Within this space, we offer an auxiliary room thoughtfully crafted for large families, complemented by a fully equipped bathroom featuring a beautifully designed mirror.
Okay. Maybe my translator didn't go through for that part, but you guys get the gist of that apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, another thing that's different that you want to look out for is that a lot of places, and it's very
This
traditional in
uniquely divine
Colombia,
and private space is truly
to
captivating,
not have
and I
a
adore it
television in the
deeply.
living room.
Say that again.
So
To not have a television in the living room. And as Americans, we're kind of like, used to having a television in the living room.
mm-hmm.
That's where we have ours. Yeah, in the living room. Some places you're right. Some places don't have it in the living room. And we're not a television. It's kind of funny. I watch very little. I watch more Netflix anime.
Yeah.
Watch my sports, but me and Andrea have a date night in the house where we'll just make some popcorn or something and a couple bottles of wine. And that's the only time we watch television. Most of the time, our television is just furniture. It's just sitting there looking for a friend.
hang stuff on the line and just pray it doesn't rain. And number 3, no microwave or oven. This one actually is kind of wild because we had no real way to reheat.
Her and her husband and their family moved to Barranquilla, and she's surprised at life in Colombia. So let me bring that back. She's not used to washing dishes by hand because she's used to the dishwasher and all that.
Okay.
You know what the ladies call slave work.
This uniquely divine and private space is truly captivating, and I adore it deeply.
3 things in our Colombian apartment that would probably send the average American into a complete frenzy. Now, I don't know, you tell me. My Colombian fiance has never seen a dishwasher in his entire life, so this is completely.
Oh, so she came down here, got smashed by the Afro-Colombian. They put that thing on her. I know a couple of women that ate, bro. Let's not lie. I know a couple of women that came down here, got beat up, got that coochie beat up by Colombian dudes. They ain't never go back home. I know a few sisters.
Yeah.
You know, Cali. Yeah, you know, here in Cali, they come down here and get with these Afro-Colombian brothers.
Yeah.
Put that thing on them. I know. I met a couple not even 6 months ago that he was Afro-Colombian and she was a sister from the States. They had just gotten married. Nice couple. Don't get me wrong. Nice couple. But yeah, sisters coming down here getting that thing beat up in the name of Spanish.
Normal to him. I also have family members who have a dishwasher in their house but never use it. But as for me and the household that I grew up in, this is standard. I never grew up hand washing dishes, so to me this feels like torture. The only house chore that I
For her, it feels like torture. These are the same chicks back in the States that tell you that I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, I won't be doing this for a man. Boy, they come to South America, they cooking, cleaning. Come on, TikTok, they telling us they ain't never doing that. I don't cook, I don't clean. They quoting Cardi B and everything. Then they come to Colombia, get that thing put on them.
hate to do is watch.
To me, this is torture. You see, she pulled down that cutting board.
She might be paying that rent too.
For real, are you paying? Because he ain't
Put it on
her. He's not paying that Barranquilla rent. You better believe that.
Washing dishes, so hand washing every single dish and then putting them on the rack to dry. I don't know, it builds character, but I have enough character for an entire nation. Number 2, no dryer, and get ready to scoop our necks because this is kind of crazy. Why was our washer literally marketed as a washer/dryer combo, which was insane to me when they said it, but they swore up and down that's what it is.
A man putting big girl to work. Go ahead, Colombian. Put big girl to work.
Big Shirley.
Here's another thing that I noticed about the video. If you live in 5 or 6, you can't hang your clothes on the balcony.
Oh, wow.
It's against the rules. They won't. No one can hang.
You know what? Out here you can't. That's right.
Yeah. I'm wondering, maybe she's in 4 or 3 or something.
Yeah.
That's a good shout out to Will.
Yeah, man. Got big girl busting sons.
That's right. So she got to be in zone 3 or 4 because you're right. Out here in 6, man, out here in 6, you can't even have your patio clustered. Like, you know, you got a patio and it's full of plants, and then it's got your Christmas stuff, and then you can't do that out here. You can't put, like, we got the parking garage downstairs. You can't put, you know, items that you would normally put in the attic in the States, and some people will try to just put it in the parking garage downstairs by their car. They like, you got to get rid of that. Another thing is, after 8 o'clock, women can't wear heels walking through the house.
Wow.
So none of that click, 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 clock upstairs. Yeah, after 8 o'clock, no. On the weekends, yeah. Weekdays, no, you're not allowed to do that. So yeah, if she hanging them outside, yeah, that's got to be like zone 4, because it doesn't look like a bad area, but that's got to be like zone 4, zone 3.
Yeah.
And she does look like she got 10 tackles. I ain't gonna lie to you. She ready to block
Oh my gosh.
She ready to block Barry Sanders or Marshawn Lynch.
Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Drying our stuff like this is a new concept to me, but it honestly isn't the worst. Now we do what everyone does here, hang stuff on the line and just pray it doesn't rain. And number 3, no microwave or oven. This one actually is kind of wild because we had no real way to reheat our food. Everything had to be fresh, made to order every single time. Which I mean, honestly hasn't been the worst thing for
He putting her ass to work.
Oh my goodness. Yo,
You gonna warm my food down like my mama used to. Yeah, she pulling guard for real. Ooh, he putting her to work like she's somebody's grandmama. I ain't mad at you.
It is almost impossible to find a dryer in Barranquilla. I mean, it's really hard to find a dryer. And those washer dryer combo machines, you know, they don't really dry anything. You still got to hang stuff out after you dry it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people complain about the washer and dryer combo machines. I've heard a lot of complaints about those.
You got a washer dryer, Dre?
No, we got the washer, and then we got the hanging process like everybody else. I mean, I grew up on hanging clothes, so I ain't tripping on that.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
I ain't tripping on that.
On your utilities too, so
yeah. Oh yeah. Another thing with it being a hot city and we're on the 6th floor, so we got mega breeze coming through here. So our clothes would be dry in the same amount of time that it would have been dry in a dryer. In the same amount of time, because it's so humid here, and the breeze blows in, because you know our wall collapses, our whole living room wall collapses for the balcony. So you have this whole wall open concept with the balcony, and then you just open up a window, and that breeze is just going in and out of the apartment anyway.
I'm still tripping over 10 tackles and 14 sacks.
Yeah. Shout out to Tyrone.
Oh man.
Jesus. Oh my God.
She full-fledged linebacker.
Unbigging my back. We just got the Ninja Crispy Pro, and let me tell you, honey, it's been a game changer because sometimes a girl just wants some leftovers. Damn.
All right, things to do in Barranquilla. Let's check it out.
So I went to Barranquilla for a day, and honestly, it was kinda underwhelming. The beaches were fine, but not super impressive. The food, it was alright, had some local dishes, but nothing that really blew me away. The city didn't have much to offer and not much to do, and honestly, I felt like it was a little bit boring. I get that Barranquilla has its carnival hype, but outside of that, I didn't see much to keep me engaged. If you've been here longer than I have, drop your thoughts. Maybe I missed something.
Okay, before we go any further, I have heard that from tourists about Barranquilla. They make the assumption that it should be a mini Medellin, or it's so close to Cartagena, it should be like Cartagena. Have you guys heard that before, where people complain about there's nothing to do here?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yep. That's the
Which is
Cartagena
kind of
part
crazy
usually.
because when you go to Medellin, what do you want to do? What are you going to do? You're going to go to some parties. You're going to go to some restaurants. You're going to do some shopping. And, you know, there are other activities. Like if you want to go to Guadalupe, it's an hour and a half away, just like Cartagena, just like the mountains in Santa Marta. So but it's just that the selection of nightlife, of course, it being the 4th largest city and not the 2nd, is going to be less. But there are things to do, especially if you're family oriented. Like there's museums, there's the Carnival Museum. You've got the Carnival Museum, you got the zoo, you've got, 82nd Street, that's where a bunch of bars and everything like that is. You got a bunch of live music spots. And you've got, new spots opening all the time where, restaurants, like you could just go to Cusco and they have great live music, great salsa and stuff like that. But these are things you kind of have to know about. A lot of people don't know which restaurants to go to have live music and things like that. And the restaurants, unless you're on Facebook, they don't have like a lot of presence to, you won't know where to go unless because everything's kind of like through Facebook. It's not like through Google, like in the States. So
yeah, they got that bowling alley too. in the mall.
Oh man, you got Spin
Yeah.
City with the bowling alley. You got the pool up, the billiards, the pool upstairs.
Yeah.
You got the VIP movie theater with the leather seats that you lounge. All the movies are in English. You know, there's a bunch of different things to do. I mean, you got go-kart racing, you got putt-putt, you got the jump house. I mean, and then they got new boardwalks that they built out in Puerto Colombia. You got the beach club.
Yeah.
Somebody asked about the beaches. The beaches in Barranquilla are not the best because you have the largest river that cuts through the country touching that water. So that turns that blue water dim. It's not that brilliant blue like you have in Cartagena and Santa Marta. But you get a taste of the beach, you know, drive 10 minutes, you're at the beach, 15, 20 minutes, depending on where you are. But if you really want that beach day, then you just need to hop on a bus for $10 and go to Cartagena or Santa Marta.
Yeah. Mhm. I mean, I don't know. I think those people are more so just the Cartagena crowd, I would say. They kind of just want everything just there, you know, in front of them, essentially. Yeah.
That's a good point, Cole, because as both of you guys well know, Cali is set up like that. If nobody tells you where you need to go, you'll come to Cali and say the same thing. That, oh man, this is boring. Oh man, I'm out of here. And that's why so many Pookie and Ray Ray, when they do come, they leave Cali in like 2 or 3 days because they don't know where to go. They don't know that we don't have a Parque Yeris or a clock tower.
Exactly.
They don't know anybody that lives here. You know, they saw a couple of YouTube videos. But then when you have somebody in Cali or in Barranquilla that can show you around, you will have the time of your life.
Yeah. I mean, they're looking for that central area that everyone can just go to and hang out.
Right.
And every city doesn't have one central grand area where everyone gathers together and hangs out. They have, you know, like Barranquilla, we got different little areas that you go to. And so if you don't know those areas, you might say that. But, you know, there's enough where you can just look it up online and do it as well.
That's true. That's true. That's an excellent point. Let's head back to the video real quick. You about to say something, Cole?
Oh, yeah. I was saying she also probably wanted some American music.
Oh, yeah. And one of the comments said the scuba diving, that, man, Santa Marta got some of the best scuba diving in the world.
Yeah, I heard. I never did it, though. Yeah.
Wow.
You have landed in Barranquilla, Colombia 2025 with top 5 things to do. At top 5, the legendary Barranquilla Carnival.
And you guys know what this area is?
Ladies scared. You ladies ever surfed before? No? Would you give it a thought? We go around asking strangers if they ever surfed before, and then we give them a free surf lesson. What's holding you back?
What's crazy is you see sisters walking around Barranquilla. That's not too. That's
wow.
That looks like Santa Marta, though.
That's why I was like,
you know what? It could. You know what? It does look like Santa Marta.
Yeah.
It might be Santa Marta.
First off, I don't swim. Yeah. I'll personally sit with you just until you get comfortable. If you decide, hey, I might want to catch a wave, we can give it a shot. Okay. Yeah. Let's go, buddy.
When else would you? I love that.
I would never go surfing. Here we are. I feel like I'm Johnny Tsunami. That's on a surfboard. I stayed up here. Yeah. I stayed up here. Didn't think I was gonna do that. I know, you thought you were just gonna be laying on the board, huh? No, but my friend Isaiah here is a great coach.
That's
pretty
cool. If the sisters can do it, come on now, fellas.
Yeah, they can do it.
The sisters can do it. They just got up on them boards like they've been riding it their whole lives.
Right.
I had to give him credit for that. He just met him walking down the street.
Wow.
So he said that looks like Colombia.
Yeah, that's where they built that monument that they showed.
A
bunch of new restaurants and stuff like that. A lot of views of the water.
Different colors, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's head back. Okay, we're looking at the nightlife.
Hola a toda mi gente linda de Barranquilla y Colombia entera. Yo soy Guajira, campeona del desafío 2024 y quiero a todos.
Okay, I see you shaking your head.
Shit, I'm just like, yo, man, a lot of people sleep on La Guajira. And that's where the Wayu are, the indigenous people. When you see, I don't know how to describe it to you, but there's a certain kind of bag that's woven by hand, very colorful that you see in Colombia. Yeah, very popular. And can be very expensive.
Yes.
They're actually made by this indigenous tribe called the Wayu that are in La Guajira. And a lot of the women in La Guajira are fine. So a lot of people sleep on that, but it's a good place to check out. There's not a lot to do there, but there is the beach.
Invitarlos a que no se pierdan la mejor rumba que tiene Barranquilla. Pulso Disco Bar. Vengan, están todos cordialmente invitados a vivir una noche espectacular.
I don't know what this is.
Discotecas en Barranquilla.
They never told you this about Colombia. As you know, I live in Colombia. Barranquilla. Let's talk about some of the best places. Food-wise, I mean, I like the sushi spot. It's called Umi Sushi. Very delicious. They got this sushi taco. Like a taco and a sushi combined. It's in.
We got the sushi burgers. Oh, like the rice is kind of like cooked like a thick bun, like a thick bun, and it's toasted on both sides, so it looks just like a regular burger, but all the sushi ingredients are on the inside. Well, those sushi burgers, and it's a franchise around here.
What's it called? You know the name?
Man, I gotta remember the name of it, man.
Check it out.
We got one right down the street, man. I could walk outside right now and order a sushi burger right now.
Centro Norte. But let's talk about some good places. If you want some good hookah, not hookers. I know in my last video I said that, but I'm not talking about hookers. And who still calls people hookers? If you want good hookah, Lobo is a good spot. It's on the second floor. But if you want to talk about nightlife, head over to Elvis. That club has a beautiful restaurant and bar. And on certain.
Okay. I want to hear what you guys
Elvis
have to
is
say.
right across the street from Buena Vista.
Elvis,
And it's also a casino. It's both. You know, it's like the casino is right there. You got like 4 or 5 different nightclubs all on the second floor of
it's a nice little plaza. Like
exactly.
It's nice. They got
restaurants downstairs.
What's it called? Sambas?
Samba, yeah.
Sambas,
the casino.
Yeah. It's like a nice outdoor patio where they have like live music and you can dance. I know Dre, you would love it. You'd be out there dancing. It's like
called Positive Parquet.
You could just pull any girl's hand and they'll dance with you. Yeah, it's nice. Live music, food, restaurant, they got everything.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Certain days from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it turns into a whole nightclub. They have a back room. It's gorgeous.
and you cannot miss that Barranquilla music. It is so distinctive. That's what I like about Colombia. You could go to a different region and its own music is completely different from every other area.
Yeah.
This is 100% Barranquilla. As soon as I hear it in any songs, I know what I'm hearing. Got the sister DJing. It sounds like they mixing Barranquilla music and Afrobeat.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's wild. That is wild. Afrobeats and Barranquilla music.
It's like an all-white club or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's bigger than Elvis.
Those are Afro Latina, right?
Yeah, this is a different club than Elvis.
That's a huge club.
Yeah, I've never been to this one. This is, it's a big club.
All right, gotta have a Barranquilla festival.
Oh yeah,
550,000 people in a single night. That's the record-breaking parade. We're talking about La Guacherna, the most iconic nighttime parade of the Barranquilla Carnival, held on the Friday before the official start of the festivities. On February 6th, 197 folk groups and 150 individual costumes paraded. With the participation of more than 20,000 dancers, figures that constitute a record within the Barranquilla Carnival.
I have never been to the night parade. I've been to the night festival that they have. I've been to that celebration where they had the free concerts. I've gone to that one, but I haven't been to the night parade.
Along the route, 35 mobile stages with orchestras and live artists entertain spectators throughout the night. And this is just the prelude. The Barranquilla Carnival was named Oral and Intangible Heritage of Humanity by UNESCO and is the largest folk festival in Colombia. This year's agenda kicks off with the War of Flowers on Saturday, February 14th, and runs through Tuesday, February 17th, with the burial of Joselito, which represents the death of excesses prior.
Man, that energy, guys, that you're seeing, that's energy for the whole month. It's like, am I lying? It's like if you could take the Essence Festival and Mardi Gras
and mix them up.
Bruh, it's great. Dude, everybody got their speakers sitting out front or outside. Bruh, I have never seen so many electronic stores with grandma and grandpa rolling giant speakers outside the electronic store.
In their cars too. They got crazy setups.
Little bitty car with this.
Yeah.
I've never seen almost like a celebration of speakers.
But you know what I was saying in 2023. Now, I mean, so there were a lot of police out there, right? So like, you couldn't necessarily block them, but you could walk up. You see how they're in the street like that doing their thing. Yeah, I was walking up to them with my camera, like with my phone, like, you know what I'm saying, getting them on the phone. I'm right next to them. I'm in the street. And they just let it go. They didn't care. You know?
Yeah.
And then they change it after that, you know. I don't know if something happened or if they just wanted more order and structure, but everybody was in the street dancing with them, doing videos and everything. It was crazy.
Some of the best footage I've gotten in Colombia was during the festival.
Yeah, it's
just so much to do, so much fun.
Yeah. And then they have they got those little boys that are like with the black makeup on.
Uh-huh.
You seen it?
Oh
yeah,
I've
no,
seen
they,
yeah. You
That's
gotta
the only
prepare
brother.
yourself for that.
Yeah.
those dudes be tripping, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. You be like, dude, I am not the one.
Yeah, they be trying to mess with you, trying to get paint on you. I'm like, yo,
Yeah.
relax, bro. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And indigenous roots. Leave us this emoji if you're joining Colombia's biggest party.
I know it's kind of weird to pronounce Barranquilla, whatever. Barranquilla is a Colombian city in the north, so it's close to the ocean. It's in super hot, so Barranquilla is sea level. And it's close to the ocean. You know, costeños, that's kind of the nickname that we use for the people from Barranquilla. So the Carnaval of Barranquilla is a very famous Colombian celebration. It's a week. They close everything in Barranquilla. It's in February, and they close everything, you know, and during that week, the whole city is stopped. And it's not as big as Rio, because Rio is a big city, but Carnaval of Barranquilla is the same. It's a celebration that people goes into the streets and dance, and they have teams, dancing teams, that they prepare the whole year the dancing. And so I have been in Barranquilla before. It's a beautiful city. I will invite you. You want to go to a Colombian city that, you know, the food and everything, direct flights from the US, and it's a phenomenal city in food. And costeños, you know, the personality is very open mind, welcome the visitors. And Shakira is from, you probably know Shakira. She is from Barranquilla. Okay, she's from Barranquilla.
All right. In the
Well,
last
let me correct
Oh, yeah.
one thing that he said, and a lot of people get wrong. It's not the ocean. It's not on the coast of the ocean. It's on the coast of the sea, the Caribbean Sea. It's not the ocean.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's when
good point.
when people ask about like hurricanes and blue water and stuff. It's the Caribbean Sea. It's very, very blue water.
Okay, here's a question for you guys. He said, I'll ask the same question I asked Paola the other night. And shout out to International Quiet Storm in the building. He says this: what's a good price for a condo on the water in Barranquilla, 2-bedroom, 2-bath?
Well, it's kind of hard to get something on the water in Barranquilla because, again, the part that touches Barranquilla mostly touches the river. It's the point where the river and the sea meet. The part that touches the sea is actually called Puerto Colombia, and there's most of the condos over there are homes and mansions, and they're older. They are doing some new construction, but it's not exactly on the water. But to get something on the water, because they're older and they're more spacious, it's about $200,000 US if it's nice, because they're older, they're huge. They're like I forget the square meters of it. Or it's ran down, like it's like $80,000 US, but you're gonna have to pour money into it. Puerto Colombia is going through a revitalization. In fact, they fought the city of Barranquilla to get more of their township back, because they're getting a lot of investment and they're building up along the coast. But right now, there's not a lot of new construction that's ready right now.
Okay.
So if I were going to buy something there in front of the water today, it would be about $200, because there's no 2-bedroom, 2-bath condos. They're more like houses that are 3 and 4 bedroom, or mansions that are like 5 and 6 bedroom, right on the water.
Yeah.
And you're right. Go ahead.
If you want to be on the water, you gotta right on the water. You want to go to Santa Marta. And if you want to be in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo on the sea, you want to go to Santa Marta.
You about to say something, Cole?
Yeah. Oh no, I was agreeing with Shep. I just I only know that because I went to a party in Puerto Colombia. I had a friend that had a birthday party, so he got one of those big houses for the night. So, and yeah, you're right. It's right on the water.
Yeah, they do a lot of weddings there. It's beautiful. It's like on a cliff.
Nice.
Awesome, but
backyard was literally, you could walk right from the sand into the water. So it's beautiful. Yeah.
And it's kind of funny that you were talking about renovation and revitalization. That's what Cali is doing. Me personally, because we're looking to purchase a home. and not just a on this side of the city, and not just a condo, which is nothing wrong with that. Here's a kicker. There are so many really nice older homes that you can do. Our whole block, when we were on the other side of like 5 minutes away, we were living in a three-story home. That whole block got renovated, bruh. You wouldn't recognize it. And you're right. The older homes in Colombia, the rooms are humongous. I mean, you're talking about like in an average house of a house that was built in the 90s or in the early 2000s. You think that you got a mansion for one of those mansion rooms for a bedroom. Like you could put a piano in the bed. Am I lying? You could put a piano, a bed, a desk, and an office in the bedroom, dude. That's how huge a lot of these older homes are. So what people are doing, they're like you said, because I said this to Andrew, I said I would rather spend 80 on a piece of property and throw another 50, 60, 70 off into it and build it the way that we want, keep the square footage the way that we have it. Because that's all we're seeing in our neighborhood. Everybody is coming buying up anything that's old in this neighborhood, and they are making it all modern. And they will put with enough money, they put another floor on top of it, so they'll make it 3 or 4 floors on home.
Because a new construction, like it's very hard to get over 80 square meters, right? It's very hard. But almost all of the older homes are 100, 120, 130, 140 square meters. So if you get an older home in a good residential area where they really keep the community up, that's another thing that people understand about Estrado 3 and 4. When you walk in Alameda Del Rio and you get in the elevator, there's always a piece of paper that's telling you which apartments are behind on administration fees. And sometimes the list is like 3 pages long. Nobody's paying. You know, one building over there has only had one elevator working for forever because people aren't paying their administration fees, and that just happens a lot less in 5 and 6. And the way I know that for sure is because I tried to buy several what they call remate, which is repossessed properties there. And it's a complicated process. The rules here are very different from the United States. But when you go every week that you go to check out the list, it's going to be a lot of properties in Alameda Del Rio. And one of the things you have to do is you got to get caught up on their HOA fees.
Yeah, that's a good.
But they're all very tiny in comparison to the older ones. Very tiny.
Before we go into especially compared to the older ones, I kid you not, that my heart is already set on, if we're going to buy a house, it's going to be one in our community because we love this zone 5, zone 6 neighborhood. But I would love to take a house and just, HGTV it, gut it, because that's all I'm seeing. That's all they're over here doing, man. And I'm talking about when you see the insides, you swear that somebody from the States got a whole house shipped down here, because that's how they're doing in these neighborhoods. And these are the well taken care of neighborhoods for years. These are neighborhoods and homes that have not only the gated areas, but also you can get your automatic garage door openers and it just set up just like you have your home set up in the States. You can have your roofing made just like you want it made. I mean, just everything that you want can be done by purchasing a spot that has the square footage that you want. Make sure the plumbing is good, electrical is good. You're gonna do an inspection. But if all that's good, man, gut that thing and hook it up the way that you want. Have a man cave in there with me. I have a man cave with a couple of movie theater chairs. I'm good.
Get you some solar with a generator.
Yes,
or get your electric car plug. I mean, you can do anything. It's yours. That's the dream, but you got to have that cash up front. And that's why I always tell people, like, hey, you can buy a house that's new construction if you're willing to just wait a little while and stack your paper up. it might be a better option for you, because
True.
that way you're only paying like $3,300 a month for 3 years, and then you're trying to come up, over that time. Hopefully, you have the credit at the end in the States where you can get a loan for like 80 to 100,000. You can pay that balloon payment. But
True.
if you can't and you pick the right property, you can sell your rights to that property before you make that final payment to take possession of that property. So, like, let's say I'm buying a property for $200,000, and over 3 years, I've put down $90,000 over the pre-construction of this project. Now it's ready. I got to come up with another 100,000. I don't have it. You can sell that property for 120,000. That covers the 90 that you put in. You make 30, and because remember, the prices have been going up every month. Anyone trying to buy that property now, if it's been sold out, they have to pay a price that's 3 years more expensive than what you got it at. So it works out. I think new construction is a good way to go, unless you got that $90,000 cash, and then get you a current property in a great community and do it like you want to do it. It'll be super dope.
Yeah, I kid you not. You were speaking earlier about I forget the name of the indigenous women that make the custom.
Oh yeah, the YU.
Yeah, this is the dude, and you can't tell Andrea nothing. When you see Colombian women with these purses with the tops,
I've seen those.
All different colors and sizes, and
none
shapes.
of them are alike. All of them are different. So when you see Colombian women with these, don't look at it like, oh, that's just some cheap little. In Colombia, these things sometimes you got to get them ordered from outside of Cali and get them made. All the stitching is handmade. Everything about it is handmade. And so the bag is really nice quality on the inside and everything. And so just to let you guys know, if there's a gift that you want to give your Colombiana, let me put myself on solo. There's a gift that you want to get for your Colombiana, one of these purses, when you see them around, brother, scoop it up. I kid you not. Only if it's somebody that you're serious about. Now you ain't gonna get one of these for a scallywag that's rolling up zigzags. That's like dish rags.
Oh.
Okay? There's a difference.
God.
There's a difference. But I kid you not, man. This is what he was talking about, that black culture. I forget the name of it again. I'm gonna let Shep mention the name, but it is really, really nice. Just really nice material that they make this out of. And so I'm gonna bring it back to you. As what you were saying, the name of the group is?
The YU, WAYU. The YU have their own language. It's right off the coast. It's about 2.5 hours away from Barranquilla, and they have a beach. It's a very, it's some of the original people before the Spanish came and conquered. And the government at this point has allowed them to maintain their land. And so what they do is the women are all versed in how to make these bags. I forget what they're called. And so when you go there, there's all these stands where you can buy them. That's the cheapest place that you can get them. And people from all over Colombia get them from there and sell them for much more all over the country, because they're handcrafted works of art that represent Colombian colors and culture and style and stuff like that. It's really popular. But yeah, I love the YU, man. I love how they have their own culture. If you live in La Guajira, you have to speak a little YU to do business, because there's so many YU there. So I love them. It's very distinct facial features and long hairs and brown, different shades of brown skin.
Because they make custom hammocks, and they make custom. They make a lot of custum things.
A lot of
that are handmade. Yeah,
it's nice to go there. And then about 2.5 hours from there, maybe 3.5 hours from there, there are the dunes. A lot of people don't know there's actually a desert in Colombia off the coast, but
part of it,
it's farther away. It's a little bit harder to get to. It's not on everybody's list. It's just something to see. But yeah,
we were going to go to a resort. We were going to a resort there. They have a really nice, fancy resort out there. pandemic hit.
Mm.
We had just got back from the Barranquilla Festival in February. In March, they shut the country down.
Yeah.
They shut
For
the country
6
down.
months.
Yep.
Almost 7. Yeah.
Shut the
Oh
country
yeah, you were there, Shep, right?
Yep. I was there, man.
Dang.
Yep.
Crazy. Yeah. H was there too.
Yep. Ace was locked up in Barranquilla.
Yeah,
T-Max
Ace,
did
when they
this.
gave us the out to leave, Ace was like, nah,
Yeah, for real. I'd have stayed too. I saw too much chaos going on in the States. Some states was shutting down, some states weren't. Some states was like you wear a mask, some states weren't. I'm like, I ain't going back to that. And plus during the pandemic, the dollar made it to 5,000 per Colombian pesos.
Nice.
That's what I'm trying to say. If in 2021, I had bought more property, we would be doing this live stream from my villa right now.
Yeah, he would have the Scarface mansion.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd be inviting everybody to my mansion on the water.
Goodness.
I kid you not. Let's go back and finish off the last part of the video, which are the women. Then I'm going to let you guys talk about the women. Then we'll close out. That's another thing I love about Colombia. I ain't gonna even lie. The folk dancing, the music, the custom-made dresses. When I see the women that in every area of Colombia has their own kind of like folk dancing, cultural dancing, how the women turn their dresses is a language. So by the way, guys, if you see these women and they're dancing and they're turning and they're twisting their dresses, each turn has its own language. It means something. It's not just that she just turned in a circle. Everything that if she lifts her dress up a certain way, all of it has a meaning behind it. And I love it, bruh. I love it. Barranquilla versus the Paisas. Yeah, I know I'm a Barranquilla fan anyway. I know which way my vote go.
Yeah, me too.
In other words, you ain't missing out either way. Gotta love Barranquilla.
So much variety.
Thank you, Barranquilla.
Guys, look at the friend I have today. Miren a mi amiga. Miren, les presento a mi amiga. Look, 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 look. Sofia Vergara.
All right, and that's the end of the video portion.
Wow.
So I want to hear what you guys have to say. Let me
Man.
get to this, to what Chris had to say. Shout out to Chris being in the building. Chris says this with the $5 love. He said, on the topic of Colombia, where would you recommend to learn to what?
Come on, you know the answer to that. There's
Cali,
only
man.
one place.
What are you talking about?
Only one place.
Cali.
You got to
There's
keep
no
up.
way in the world I would come to Colombia and want to learn
Yeah.
salsa or bachata, and I'm not taking lessons in Cali.
Got to.
Because it's the salsa capital of the world as far as celebrating the different genres of salsa.
I took
And
private
dance in
lessons when I was
general.
there. When I
Yeah.
came down, I had classes. Yeah.
I've met so many people, so many good people through dance, man. It
That's
is
the best
crazy.
way.
You say, is this the outro? No, that's not the outro. We need to clip that as the outro.
Yeah, we need the outro.
You need to clip that and say that part as the out. You know what? Good call, brother. I'm going to clip that and say that as one of the outros.
So you telling me you wouldn't rather take the linebacker?
No, that's all right. You know, she got enough tackles. She got enough
Come
tackles.
on, man.
They might
You
leave
know?
the season this year, man.
I know, right? I know.
That
He
was
said my
funny,
sauce
man.
and
That
chocolate game were already good before I moved to Colombia. Oh, this T-Mac,
Wow.
yes, sir. He said, I taught in San Diego, and taught it in Tokyo. Yes, sir.
Wow. Dancing
Yeah,
is the cheat
dancing
code.
is a cheat code.
That's so
That is
true.
true.
100.
Ah,
100. Especially
that's so
here,
true.
because music is everything here.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let me get you guys commentary on women in Barranquilla compared to other cities like Cali or Bogota or Medellin. What have your experience been?
I guess I'll say it's kind of like what I was saying before, as far as just I feel like it's easier to find a woman that for the long term. Let's just compare it to Medellin at first. You're going to have more of a diversity with the women in Barranquilla as far as how they look, because you're going to have an Afro-Latin population, you're going to have a mixed population, then you're going to have the girls. I heard they're mixed with like some Turkish there as well. They kind of look Middle Eastern
And Lebanese.
right, kind of that Middle Eastern look, which is kind of like Sofia Vergara and Shakira especially. So for me, you're gonna have more of a variety, I believe, and it's just more Colombian, less touristy, and I mean, for me personally, I feel like it's a more of a better quality, you know. And now I would say it's similar to Cali in that sense. I just think Cali is more Afro-Latin, right? Cali is definitely going to be more of a more dense Afro-Latin population, but it's similar as far as quality goes. Dancing though, Cali's a little bit more on the salsa is a little bit more serious in Cali. So it's a lot more important that you learn it there for sure. Cartagena, I would say the girls look similar to Cartagena. I still find that Barranquilla is still a little bit better as far as quality goes because Cartagena has so many tourists. Not to say that you can't find a good girl there. You can, but it's just the immediate thing is, oh, you're a gringo. They already start thinking and seeing you a certain way. So it's you kind of got to get over that hump where there's like still a sense of novelty in Barranquilla in a certain place, especially if you can speak a little bit of Spanish.
True.
They're still more so excited to talk to you, and you're more interesting, and there's still some curiosity there. Yeah, I'll see that's the main 4 cities. So overall, more diversity, better quality for long-term relationships, and just very Colombian. So if you're looking for something Colombian, you want different flavors, you can find it. And you're just looking for something more traditional. Yeah, that's what I'll say. Yeah.
That's a good call. What about you, Chef?
Man, definitely the diversity. Like I think the costeñas, women on the coast, are the most beautiful. You know, you get the Cali curves, you get the African, Afro-Colombian population, but you also get this just rainbow of shades of colors, and
True.
it's just amazing to have all of that in one place and to have these numbers, and you have these traditions. You know, it was actually hard for me to adjust to Barranquilla culture, you know, because the women are so traditional and, you know, up on you, you know, cariñoso, hold my hand, my love, my heart, my sky, you know, it was just like, wow, you know, this is a lot. It's kind of like in Medellin where they ask you, you know, that you eat every 5 minutes. It's like that, but it is really good traditions. You know, their family is very traditional. And so like with the heat, when you meet a woman there, she's like, you know, come to my family's house and have really great food. But then you're sitting in 90-degree heat, drinking a beer, listening to music on the porch, you know, dancing. I'm like, I want to go to the movies. I'm trying to go to the mall. I want to go to the club. But they're really traditional. Like that's fun for them to sit around and talk to their parents, you know, and hang out with them as a family. It's really traditional like that. So that's something. And the other thing that I would say, other than the variety and them being traditional, is very basic. So like in Medellin, you meet a girl, you want to go out to eat. If you let her pick the place, she's picking like something from an Instagram photo, you know, someplace she's always wanted to go to or heard about. But in Colombia, you know, it's just like, yo, you want to go to Frisbee? They're like, yeah, let's go to Frisbee. Let's get a burger, or let's just, you know, get some Popsy, the ice cream place at the mall. You know, it's more basic. Like, you know, people just want to get to know you, have coffee or something like that. It's not as insulting. You know, if you were going to Medellin, it's like, yo, you want to come get coffee with me? They're like, why not dinner? You know, so it's more simple. It's more simple living. And I've been all over, and I would say, if you don't speak Spanish, Bogota is probably the best place for you. There's going to be a bunch of English speakers in Bogota.
Yeah.
And the women are very international. So they're used, you know, these women have passports, they're flying, many of them have visas to the United States. Education is better. They're used to foreigners, you know, but there's more work, like you have to put in, you know, like dates and stuff like that. In Bogota, I would say, you know, that's different from Barranquilla, because you gotta speak Spanish or learn some Spanish. Man, you got the funniest.
Beautiful bottom feeder, man. T-Mac, man, you mess with the beautiful bottom feeders, bro.
That's what that is.
What are you thinking, man?
Why not dinner? I'm in
Oh my goodness.
So I'm in a spending deficit. We go through a recession right here. That's funny, man. But definitely it's a big contrast. And I would say, if you want a girl who's got long hair and is very tall and very pale, but beautiful, you need to go to Medellin. If you want a girl that's very pale but, like, you know, goth or likes rock music or speaks English or something like that, maybe has a better paying job or a career, then you want to go to Bogota. If you want to go and meet with someone very fun, they don't really see color, you're not really tripping over long hair. You're more into fashion and how a woman, keeps her nails and her fashion from head to toe, the shoes and how the colors are put together. I would say go to Cali. Those women are very well put together, and very beautiful. It's just not in that Paisa traditional way, but many are. But you got that variety there. Now, if you want the cookiness, cleanliness, homebodyist person, a lot of women on the coast haven't been on a plane, or they've never left the country.
Yes, that's true.
So if you want that shorter, more Indian blood with long hair and different shades of brown, I would say go to the coast of Colombia. And there is a little bit less education. There's, those economies are good. People have jobs, but they're just not making as much money as some of the larger cities. And, dating women from the south side of Barranquilla would go against everything that Dre talks about on his channel. But the majority of women that you find, especially online, are going to live on the south side. So I would just say, always, if you're going to date in Colombia, you need to have a filtering system yourself. Like I said, if anyone asks me for money within 90 days, it's just not, it's just a transactional type of relationship. It can't be a real relationship, because real Colombian women aren't like that, especially on the coast. They're very traditional in that way. And like I said, they're the type of women that you got to ask 3 times to take the cab money. Not just once, and they're not going to ask. So I like that traditional culture on the coast. So for me, I think Barranquilla have the best women in the country. Just that variety alone and the tradition.
Yeah.
Like one of the things you can tell is like if a woman comes over, and this is not just women over 40. If a woman comes over, you guys order something to eat or something, she goes, and I'm not trying to belittle women in any way. I'm just saying that this is what I've experienced in Barranquilla the most, is the others just, before they leave, they're trying to go to the kitchen and wash dishes and clean up or organize the house. It's something very traditional there, that part of who a woman is taking care of the home. If you ask a woman, like, what, if I take care of you, what are you giving me in return? She's going to be like, love, loyalty, take care of the house. So I like that it's traditional and simple in that way on the coast. Very popular. I mean, there's feminists everywhere, but that mindset is very popular on the coast.
That's what's up. And you're right. A hint of feminism is everywhere where you go in the world, but it's not dominant like it is in the United States or like in the West in general. It's not
Bucaramanga, man. Don't sleep on Bucaramanga. It's like that.
We went there. It's
really
really
nice. Women.
I never.
Yeah.
How is it? Never been there.
Oh,
it's
man,
real
it's
nice.
nice. It's
Real
nice.
Check it out.
That's the only city that reminded me as if I was literally in the States.
Oh wow.
Yeah, if they had a bigger airport,
Wow.
I would be there, because the weather is so dope. They got the parks. You got San Hill to the south where you can do all your adventuring. But unfortunately, man, their airport is really small, and there's not a lot of large cities around there where you can just go for an hour here, except for San Hill, which is like 2.5 hours away.
It's like you got this major city plopped down in the middle of nowhere, and a couple of
landlocked.
Right.
Yeah.
And you think like, okay, when we get there, it's gonna be kind of like, ain't gonna be. And then when you get there, you like, they got a Rolex store in here.
It's nice, man.
And
It's
I mean,
got money.
it is
A lot of
money.
textile factories are located there. They make a lot of purses and shoes. They have a lot of artisans and a lot of modern new buildings, a lot of construction. It's beautiful, beautiful place. But it is closer to the Venezuelan border, and they do have like a lot of, not a lot, but significantly more homelessness, people living on the streets, than what you would see in northern Barranquilla, for sure. I mean, the north, if it wasn't for the heat, there would be no discussion for me. Like, northern Barranquilla would be what's up. But, and the other thing you want to remember is that the electric bill is super high, because you run air conditioning all the time,
All day.
and it's just higher on the coast anyway. But your electric bill is higher than the US. I mean, you're averaging $300 a month on air conditioning. So a lot of guys are like, oh, I got this apartment, it's $400 a month. And they have this small air conditioning, unit that they got to run 24 hours a day because they don't have one in the living room. Every time they cook in the kitchen, they drenched with sweat. The devil's in the details, man. Everybody swears you can live in Colombia for $500 a month, but you can, but you just wouldn't want to live that way. The devil, nobody's paying. Your utilities alone in Barranquilla are going to, delete that. So,
aren't they cheaper though in the strata 3 and the 4? Would it be?
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Right? 4, 5, and 6 pays for 1, 2, and 3. Subsidizes the
here in Cali.
The payment. Yeah, okay. So definitely in 6 you pay the highest. I mean, I was paying like 1,500,000 pesos in electricity.
So, we pay higher for our water bill and our electricity.
Yeah,
that's because of the zone we live in. Just because we live in zones or strata 5, 6, we pay more, even though we may not use more.
Yeah,
pay more.
And the other thing is that you don't have to deal with the brownouts and blackouts in Strato 6.
True.
Like, if my power goes out, like today it flickered, it was like a brief, I had to wait for my router to reboot. But to just like not have power, like in the Philippines or something like that, just.
Okay, no, that's important. You're a remote worker.
I'm looking at the comments. He's like, "Yo, those sexy Venezuelans have free houses."
Oh man,
I ain't talking about the homeless. I ain't mad at you.
And the other thing I like about Barranquilla, you were talking about in regards to complexions.
Yeah,
you can't make it to Brazil.
Yeah,
Barranquilla, them women, they got that. If I was to say that Brazilian women had a twin sister or baby sister when it came to complexion, I would easily say it would be Barranquilla. Am I correct?
Yeah, 100%.
They golden tan of Brazil, 100%. They have that in Barranquilla.
Man, it's just the variety that you have. It's almost like it's a tough decision. When you ready to settle down with somebody, you gotta really think about. She be like, where are we going with this relationship? You be like, no, man, I thought I was sure that I went to the mall the other day, and now I'm confused.
Every day.
Oh man,
I'll be like, man, that makes me beautiful.
Austin Holloman did that here, Kobe. He had met this chick, cool chick, right?
Oh my God.
She lived in a nice area out south, really nice, had her own car and everything. Came and picked up Austin because Austin was on this side with me because I went and picked him up from the airport. And he was on this side with me in his Airbnb and met the chick. And so she convinced him, hey, why don't you, come over to my area? And there's an Airbnb. No. Stay with me for a couple of days. So she had her own crib, her own car, everything, great career. Everything was cool. Hung out with her. Austin said, until she took me to her gym. He said she took me to her gym. He said, and I saw all them other Colombianas in Cali with money and looking good. He said, man, as soon as we got back to the Airbnb, he said, I mean, back to her house. He said, I'm booking an Airbnb in this neighborhood because I ain't staying with her.
Goodness.
I say, Austin, you're a monster.
This is the problem. See,
you're a monster.
Yeah.
You can't.
That was funny. That was funny. As soon as he said, he said, man, she took me to the gym. Why'd she do that?
What neighborhood was it?
Huh?
What neighborhood was it, by the way?
I forget what neighborhood Austin went out to, man, because I went and picked him up and took him to the airport when he got ready to leave, too. And I said, man, she had everything. He said, man, she was nice. She was sweet. She had the looks. She had her own car, her own place, beautiful home. He said, but she made one mistake. She took me to the Smurf Fit, which she attends. He said, and that was the killer right there. She should have never introduced. I say, Austin, you a monster. He said, man, I got back to her house and I was booking an Airbnb in the same neighborhood.
Poor Austin, man. Poor Austin.
He's doing good.
You come
now,
across
man.
women like that, you got to get on them. You got to keep that. Because it's not easy to find just your access to it. But when a woman has a car and she's making, about 5-6 million pesos a month or more. I met a girl here making 16 million pesos a month, which it's like it's less than $4,000 US. But that's doing really good. She owned her house, and a lot of the women that are doing really good out here have children whose fathers are paying, right? So their dads are in the DR or Panama or the States, Mexico or something like that. Their kids are going to private school. They're taken care of. I mean, that's the.
I mean, no comment.
If you can find one like that, man, because you know what? Austin probably could go through another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 before he find another one like that with some stability and doing well for themselves like that. Like, you got to add it all up on the table.
Yeah, that's true too. All right, guys, let's go ahead and do closing remarks. I know some of you guys have just come in over the last 30 minutes. Excellent interview with these gentlemen, giving us some updates on how cost of living. We talked about housing. We talked about cost of living. We talked about the medical field here in the world-class doctors and hospitals in Barranquilla. We talked about the ladies. We also talked about things to do, and we talked about the Barranquillan Festival. Is there anything else? We're going to start with Cole. Is there anything in closing, if you were to encourage somebody and say, hey, this is what I recommend, or this is why I recommend Barranquilla, why would be your reason for recommending Barranquilla?
Well, first of all, I would say definitely check it out during the festival, because it is the second biggest carnival in the world.
When is the festival?
Yeah, it's February. Febrero.
Right.
Yeah, it's usually towards the middle of the end of February. You just Google it. It's around that time. I definitely suggest going there. That's how I started to love the city, because that's the first time that I ever went during the festival, and just give it a chance. You go there during that time, you can see it at its peak. Everybody comes outside, so you can see all of the variety. You know what I'm saying? All the variety, not just the food, but the the sights. Beautiful ladies, of course. And then you could really get a feel of the culture, because you'll hear all the music. Okay, you'll see, get a feel of the city. And I would just recommend it because of the location as well. You're right in between Cartagena and Santa Marta. So you can get away to Santa Marta, with your girl, if you kind of want that like San Andreas vibe, like Dre talked about, but on land, water. You got the island tours, and you can go to Cartagena if you want to do nightlife for a couple of days, restaurants, tours as well. And to me, overall, it's I would say once you get Medellin out of your system, because I know you want to hit up Medellin just to see it. Right. Once you want to settle down, you want to pick somewhere that's a little bit slower, more affordable. You get a bang for your buck, find a good quality girl, good quality relationship, and I think you'll just have a quality life, and then you have people that you can network with. A lot of successful people out there, like Shep can introduce you to other people. I'm sure Shep will be down to do consultations. But you got to ask Shep. And overall, yeah, I just say check it out. You got nothing to lose, It's going February. So I'll leave you with that.
All right. And let's hear what Shep has to say.
First, I would say if you haven't gotten past the part where you never trust a big butt and a smile, Colombia in general is not the place. You're gonna get eaten up alive, especially on the coast. Because you're talking about some of the most beautiful women in the world, kind, sweet. In the comments, people were saying how Austin was young. And I would just say, even if you're young, just to make dating simple, just to have less drama, you're not worried about being drugged. You're not worried about, getting into fights and them having to call security or something like that. then you just want a more stable woman. Just increase your quality of dating, you know, your network, your outreach, and stuff like that. Not just if you want to settle down, but just for safety and things like that. But why Barranquilla? Barranquilla is a better bang for your buck than Medellin. It's very close to Cali in terms of pricing, and I would say it offers you more because you're near two other beautiful places in the world, Cartagena and Santa Marta. You you know, you have the variety of color, and you're living with real Colombian middle class and white collar working people who have cars, nice homes, and everything like that, but who still love to party and have fun. So I love Barranquilla for me personally because of the infrastructure. Number one, you can't find infrastructure like the north side of Barranquilla everywhere in Colombia. It's
True.
very organized, it's very safe, it's very luxurious. There are a lot of, you know, options. It's close to the major cities, but just the coast in general, like going to Palenque, is something you definitely want to check out. But those are the main things. So for me, it's the infrastructure, because I'm all about geo arbitrage, right? So I want to take my U.S. dollars and I want to live as good as I did in the U.S. or better for less, right? So I went from making like I was making like $134,000 a year, and it took me out of that, it took me about $5,500 a month to live in Los Angeles. And so now I can live for like $2,000 a month, and that's because, you know, I eat out a lot and stuff like that. But that kind of quality living is easily found in Barranquilla. If you go to Pereira, Bucaramanga, those are great places, but that infrastructure is not highly organized with so much investment and development. It's just not as beautiful. It's a beautiful city. You definitely want to check it out. It's not going to be a party city, but it's a great place to live.
All right. Well, I just want to say that I appreciate you guys being here, answering all these questions in regards to another city that a lot of guys are underestimating, and that is Barranquilla. The cool thing about Barranquilla for me that I would sell to you guys, we've been there a couple times, we love it, very beautiful city, is the fact that it ain't got that many Pookies and Ray Rays, guys.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you that now. It is not a city that is set up for Pookies and Ray Rays to flourish, if you will. If you guys are looking for a city where you can find, where if you want to have fun, you can. If you want to look for somebody serious, you can. If you want to invest, you can. You sit right between two major cities. The first city of Colombia is Santa Marta, one of the most beautiful coastal cities in all of South America. Very romantic. Then you got the historical city on the other side, which is Cartagena. But here's the cool part. You ain't got to deal with the tourism headache year round. You can go enjoy those cities and all the other smaller surrounding cities and enjoy yourself, to whereas when you're in Barranquilla, you ain't got to deal with all the tourists, all of the hustle, bustle, and that madness that takes place in Santa Marta and or Cartagena. Another thing is there are a lot of things coming down the turnpike. Like we were just looking at the Formula One races. They're going to try again. Barranquilla is going to try again next year to have Formula One races for the first time. It's going to be called the Caribbean Formula One for the first time in South American history to actually have Formula One races in South America. Even Brazil doesn't have Formula One races. The medical that we talked about before, guys, it can't be beat. You got some of the state of the art hospitals that you can take advantage of. Some of us are not getting younger. We're getting older, gentlemen. And so you want to make sure if I'm going to stay somewhere, I'll at least be in a country or in a city that does have state of the art medical as well as dentistry. So all these things take consideration. I'm telling you guys, my number 2 city in Colombia if I was not in Cali, easily would have been Barranquilla. Easily, hands down. I have no questions about it because the pace is a lot slower. I want that because the infrastructure is in zone 5 and zone 6 is, I mean, it's on a whole nother level. It's on a whole nother level. And the crazy part is if that zone 5 or zone 6 was in Medellin or in Bogota, you'd be paying almost 2-3 times as much for that same apartment. That's how advanced their zone 5 and zone 6 is. I kid you not, guys. It's crazy how I thought I was back in the States.
Exactly.
I'm talking about nice areas in the States.
Yeah.
So when we mentioned, guys, next time you get off a plane, and the other cool part is if you're in Cartagena, they do day trips to Barranquilla to where you can get on a bus, they take you to Barranquilla, you enjoy the city, and you ride the bus back later on that night. So you could do that in Cartagena if you don't want to spend a whole trip in Barranquilla. But the key thing that we're trying to do, guys, we're trying to expand the knowledge that many of us have about Colombia and South America in general. And once again, reach out to our brother. He does do consultations. He has great information. Hit him up on his email. Let me drop that. Hit him up on his email and make sure that you guys show him some love. And also, we already know how Official Kobe is. Make sure you show love to Official Kobe on all social media platforms. Make sure you do that. And
hey, Trey, you know what's funny? I hit up Shep from your group last year because I just saw him talking about Barranquilla, and that's when I wanted to. I was really thinking about, okay, this is a place I can consider moving. So I've been talking back and forth with Shep for almost a year now.
Wow.
And I didn't know you were having him on here, so I saw it. I just like, oh, that's crazy. I've been talking to Shep for almost a year.
Oh, this is my brother right here. It's like family, man.
Yeah, man. He knows a lot, man.
It's a great group that Drake put together. I mean, I've met some of the coolest brothers I've met here in Colombia, in any city. I've connected with them through Drake. So
yeah,
it's been really good. And you know, I've been talking to Drake for a long time, man. So he's like my inspiration. One of the reasons I put up Geo Gringo, you know, I mean, Dre be on me. So I'm like, man, I got to pull it together, you know.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot of information. I mean, living here for a long time, seeing the changes, having invested and things like that, you know, purchase cars and stuff. It's just things that people want to know about before they get here. And you know, Colombia is definitely a place where you got to dot your I's, cross your T's. The devil is in the details, you know, because you could avoid a lot of mistakes if somebody just had told you, like, look, it's, you know, it's kind of like what's his name had a song, "There's No Sex in the Champagne Room." You ever heard that? The comedian, where everybody, you know, pays money to get to the champagne room thinking something's gonna go down, but that's in the States,
right?
not here. That's in the States. But yeah, man, you could think something is one way, but when you get here, it's really different. Really different.
All right. Well, I just want to let you guys. He said Chris Rock said that.
yeah. No sex in the champagne room. Chris Rock.
He said, but what about the wildlife? Is a jaguar going to jump out as soon as you get off the plane? Hey, I've been in spots in small towns where they had the jaguar signs out.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've been in some of those spots. So, yeah, I really have. Well, let's get ready to wrap it up, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to do the outro video. Appreciate all you guys in the audience that have been here. Hope we were able to give you guys information to cause you to kind of like, okay, let me consider this other city on my next trip to Colombia. Let me check it out. I kid you not, man, when it comes to, if you've got somebody like Shep to show you where to go, what to do, somebody like Kobe to show you where to go, what to do, I'm telling you, you will have a great time. Cali is the exact same way. If you do not have anybody to tell you where to go and what to do, you'll come to Cali and then 2 days later, you'll be like, Andre lied to me. I'm going back to Medellin. And you know what Andre gonna say? Go back. Go back. I don't care.
Good luck.
Yeah, go back to Medellin. We do not care, because when you know that your city offers so much, I kid you not, man. And all it is, it goes back to what T-Mac is just saying. He say, facts, Dre. Dre is a network, a nod. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Got high quality people in your group.
Oh, yeah.
Good,
Oh,
man. Yeah. I don't know how you filtered out the Pookies, but you did. Maybe they see your content and they turned away like, oh, this ain't for me. He's not about that stuff.
Oh, man. We scoop the Pookies out. And so guys that do come into the groups, whether it be the WhatsApp group or whether it be on this channel, it's more like a grown man atmosphere. It's a grown, adult, responsible man. And I'm not talking about grown man as far as age. I mean, most of the guys that come to this channel are very responsible men. You know, you don't see guys on this channel leave here and say, Dre, I need to talk to you. I got drugged yesterday. We haven't had that.
No.
Yeah.
We haven't had that, you know. So yeah, that's right. The Pookies get hit with a paintball. For real. Get that hell up out of here. They get hit with a paintball. Seriously.
T-Mac is hilarious. Never see Big Chicks.
T-Mac bringing the jokes between T-Mac and Theo and Will. Never seen Big Chicks.
The comments be crazy. The comments are
goodness.
Pure entertainment.
These brothers had no cut.
No linebackers.
He said, do these brothers look? He say, do these brothers look like they are fighting off Jaguars?
Hoovers, baby.
No. Yeah, I remember once I went to one location, man, with a dude. We were in Coffee Region. I saw that Jaguar sign and he pulled his Jeep over. He said, hey guys, I know where there's a secret waterfall. It was beautiful. Don't get me wrong. The whole time we had to walk like maybe a 2-minute walk. But that whole 2 minutes, I was looking around like, is a Jaguar about to jump out? And just because I saw the Jaguar sign.
Jaguar. Oof.
Yeah. All right. Great that we've been able to share all this information. Let me get ready to let you gentlemen go. Make sure that we all meet up tomorrow on this channel. Then many of us are going to head over to Richie Max after tomorrow's episode. So shout out to all you guys. Let's get ready to do an outro video. Let's see what it's going to be. Let's do the belly dancing today. Let's do the belly dancing today.